to hell! fucking made it! Woo-hoo!
We're fucking here, brother!
Yeah, we're not fucking pod bros, fucking millions of listeners, and some fucking executive at Warner Brothers or fucking wherever, like, hey, listen, man, after we do lunch, you want to fuck my wife? Yeah, we're just fucking dirty death metal fucking assholes. So I fucking trying to get fucking this shit on YouTube 45 fucking minutes later. So everybody, thank you for tuning in. That wasn't fucking me being retarded. That was my buddy Frank. About fucking time, fucking Frank over there in South Dakota. Frank was having his first white people 4th of July celebration yesterday. So he moved out to South Dakota a couple years ago, and he was telling me, dude, your people's food is bland, man. I'm like, dude, you're in the Midwest, man. You got to go to the South, in Florida, if you want some like real fucking white people food,
Yeah, real white people food is like find the closest anyone that's not white food and just order that.
Well, we got the Mexican food on lock here in Southern Cali, but you guys got
you do.
You guys got the Cubano food down there. That Cuban food's badass, dude. So
I'm gonna put this out there, man. It definitely rivals. It's hard to compare the two of them because they're so different, but it's truly amazing. I love Cuban food. My wife is Puerto Rican, so we actually get Puerto Rican food.
Puerto Rican food's great too, man.
Yeah, like any ethnicity is fine. We actually have a huge population of Mexicans in this area, so I have like some fucking killer Mexican food too.
Dude, that's great, man. That's the way to do it. But I'm a fat fuck, dude. So I just basically it's like, yo, you like Puerto Rican food? Uh-huh. You like Cuban food? Uh-huh. But I grew up with Mexican food, so that's obviously, that's the best. New York's got some Puerto Rican food too, but Florida, I mean, as far as like Jamaican and Haitian and Cuban and Puerto Rican, man, it's Florida's got it on lock, and a lot of the seafood stuff for sure.
Yeah, seafood's pretty killer down here.
Yeah, for sure. So hey, thanks everybody for tuning in. No more fucking intro shit. This shit lagged for 45 fucking minutes, so I appreciate you. We got double-digit watchers right now, so that's cool. I got my brother Austin here, man. What's up, brother?
What's up, Mikey? I'm glad you really spoiled me. You brought me on with an old video of myself when I had hair. So I really appreciate you rubbing that shit in right away.
As far as that recording goes, that was like your first show with the new drummer, from what I heard. So
I don't even, because of all the dating and all that stuff, I'm really bad about chronological shit. But that was with Dustin on drums. Dustin recorded with us, and that might have been maybe his first show with us. So that might be true. I'm really bad at that shit. Every show kind of looks the same to me. So. But that might be true. That might be true.
No, that sounded fucking brutal as fuck, man. A lot of when I was doing advertisements for this show, and I was posting your guys' music, Vacuous Depths, by the way. This is Austin from Vacuous Depths. If people might not be familiar, because like I said, criminally underrated death metal band in the underground, as far as I'm concerned. I know our boy Aaron in Texas has been championing you guys, and he's the one that got me into you guys. So when he sent me the Bandcamp link, I was like, what the fuck? Holy shit, man. This is fucking heavy duty. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man. It means a lot coming from yourself. I respect you quite a bit as well. So that is not an understatement. It's not to be fucked with. So it's a very high compliment.
I'm just a fucking death metal fucking creepazoid, man. Fucking, so yeah, I like, you guys stood out to me for sure. Peruvian food. Hold on, let's get in the comments real quick. Peruvian food is super underrated. I agree, Meat Man. Peruvian food, dude. South American food is so badass too. That's the whole thing. Like,
one of my favorite joints in this area that doesn't really get a lot of the heat that all the other stuff does. There is a place called Perdigon over here in Tampa. And it's in like weird Tampa. It's not like proper Tampa. It's like weird northern Tampa.
Yeah.
And they sell arepas. Arepas? Arepas. And it's the worst name for a sandwich ever.
I was going to say.
Worst name for a sandwich ever. But it is fantastic. It's basically like it's a tortilla, but it's more like a pita. It's very heavy, masa bread. And then they split it, open it up, they shove, like, I'm not shitting you, like a pound of cheese, like fresh cut slice of cheese inside,
Right.
and then usually like chopped, incredibly well cooked steak, and then avocado. Dude, it's fucking mind blowing.
Mind blowing. Yeah, it sounds like
I want to say that's Venezuelan, if I'm not mistaken.
Venezuelan food is really
Yeah,
good.
but that's one of my favorite restaurants in the entire area. Love.
I mean, we got the four corners of the United States are big time melting pots. Obviously, Seattle, L.A., San Diego,
Florida,
New York, and Florida. Obviously, so
Florida,
we got
man,
everything.
Yeah, we got it all, man.
You know, we got, and Texas is up there too. Texas has a lot of different cultures there now too.
It does. It does. I was gonna say, like, I know Aaron's not a good example of that, but he knows. He knows well.
Aaron is a fucking elegant, extravagant man. He's a fucking man of elegant taste. He is a world traveler, you know, with Goat Throne Records. He's got his own Learjet. And
yeah, he got the Learjet.
He can
flying out private
people at a whim and say, you know what, I want Vietnamese food, but I don't want it from Houston. I want it from Vietnam. I need it shipped over here now.
I've seen him do it. I've seen the receipts, dude. I've seen the receipts.
Yeah. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm trying to read the comments here real quick. Arepas or Venezuela? Yeah. So Meat Man confirmed that. Meat Man also said, so Meat Man, by the way, is a one of our buddies that's watching and listening.
Death Metal Ship Posting.
Yeah. He's Meat Man is a hero of ours, obviously, because Death Metal Ship Posting is just absolutely fucking hilarious. He does a lot. I think he did you guys, but he gets ruined a lot, man. And you know, people said it to me, "Oh, this guy's talking shit on you." I'm like, no, it's an honor to be on that fucking page. Let me,
dude, it is. He started blowing us up a little while ago, and
I saw that. I was stoked. I was like, "Fuck yeah, somebody's got to fucking blow up Vacuous Depths, man." But
no, he's awesome. We talked a lot. He rules.
Meat Man said New York has Italian food on lock. Absolutely, man. Especially the pizza. I don't give a fuck what anybody says because I like Chicago pizza too. But you know, New York. Oh yeah, Bob Kelly says, "What's up? What's up, Bob?"
Bobo.
What's up to both of us? Obviously, so I'm just trying to get to the Gabriel. All hail Ruin and Vacuous Depths. What's up, Gabriel? So thanks for tuning in. And of course, Aaron chimed in. Oh fuck, it's finally working. And then Frank said about time. Aaron's all Chick-fil-A. I got a Chick-fil-A right across the street, and let me tell you, they're damn good with that fast food chicken. They're closed on Sundays.
If I didn't have fucking kids, dude, I would not ever be there ever. But they do make a pretty mean chicken sandwich. Yeah,
that's what's funny. Now, my buddy Frank in fucking South Dakota is almost stoned getting munchies listening to you assholes right now.
Yeah, it's around dinner time. You can tell we're gonna order a pizza soon.
Oh yeah, we're like the. Chris said, "Hey, two bald head fools. I feel like I'm watching the infomercial for Rogaine."
Yeah. Listen, short hair Death Metal rules Death Metal.
Easy Money with fucking Rodney, and he said, "Look at these two guys. Yeah, the fucking two bald guys." But all right, let's get back on track, people. Okay, food is fucking great and all this kind of stuff. But Austin and I had already pretty much fucking been chatting for at least a half an hour, and we had a recording, but the thing was disastrous because it wasn't hooked up to YouTube, but here we are. So let's get back on track as far as that goes. And let's see. What I wanted to get into was your beginning. So go ahead, and I know you went over it.
No, you're good.
Go ahead and start like when you were young and what you got into music-wise and all that good stuff.
Sure. So basically, when I was really young, a detail of the early stuff was I constantly was terrible at school. So I endlessly had problems attaining a guitar through my parents. So like as early as I could, I always wanted one. And my first guitar, I just wanted to point this out. Yeah, I didn't put this out there the first time, was purchased through a catalog via J.C. Penney's. So I wanted to make sure that was in there because that fucking guitar sucked. And it came with like a plastic amplifier, like a Strat. It was like sunburst. It was awful. And but I learned how to play guitar on it. I went to a couple lessons at some place here locally who has this guy was crazy as fuck. He sang every note that he would show me. So he'd be like, G and all this shit. It was ridiculous. Old metalhead. But I got into guitar lessons once I finally got my shit together. in school, and they were like, "Hey, you're gonna get a guitar. Everything's cool." So I got this guitar, did my things. In the midst of that, I was shown a lot of music and around and exposed to a lot of music when I was a kid through my mom and my dad. My dad played drums, and he played in a band. And I remember going to a band practice when I was really young, man. I was like maybe 6 or 7. I was young, and I brought in there. My ears were hurting. It was so loud. I couldn't really take it. I remember being so upset about being there. And then later on, he stopped playing music, and so we had drums around the house as I was kind of growing up. And I grew up in both homes, so I had my mom's house and I had my dad's house. They were split up. And I just was more interested in guitar. I've always been sort of more of a drummer in terms of interests. Like, I enjoy like talking about gear and things on the drum side a little bit more. It's interesting to me, but I'm just like creatively, I need the guitar. I need that kind of like outlet. And so I ended up taking lessons and getting exposed to like heavy metal. My mom was into like Tesla and Bon Jovi, Billy Idol, all the hair metal stuff.
Tesla rule.
Fucking Tesla, dude. And then
Sacramento's finest.
So she's like, she's gonna be pissed that I didn't represent him. So it needs to be said. So there was that. And then my dad, he was more into Rush. He was more into like Kansas and Pink Floyd.
Rush
the
rule.
Dream. You see, dude. See, when I was a kid, I don't know what it was, if it just pushed against him, but everything he showed me, I was just not really interested in. It just was sort of enough to get me sort of like exposed, you know? And for some reason, I just found myself always digging for something else. And so what ended up happening was I had a new neighbor that was in my dad's neighborhood, and he and a friend of mine named Morgan, we made friends with him. His name was Mike. He was awesome. He single-handedly got me to I don't know if you can call it like where I'm at today, but like where I'm at today is because of him. So I should probably send him a bill or something. But he was into, like, basically he was a sharp. So he was a skinhead. He liked fucking the business. He was into Coxbar. He was into Subhumans. He was into Chaos UK. He was into
Chaos UK rule.
He was into NoFX, all of that stuff, Bad Religion, Negative Approach. So like I got really, really heavily
Negative
into
approach
that.
rule.
Fuck yeah. And it genuinely like spawned into that for me. And I always kind of leaned towards the English side of shit. So, you know, what up, brother? So I wanted to kind of do that. And so I got more into Subhumans. I got really into Subhumans. I got really into fucking Coxbar. I got really into the business. I got all into that stuff. And I still love Oi. I still love that shit now. And the Cramps, stuff like that, and that 70s era punk, early 80s punk and hardcore, and I just sort of went from there. I started bands at that point with Morgan, the guy that I met with, Mike, and it was just one of those things where it just sort of pretty much rolled downhill from there, and I eventually got, yes, there you go. That was way later on. Whew, way later on.
We'll play that in a bit, so because people might not, you know, you're a death metal king now. They might not know about you.
Yeah, a lot of,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. A lot of people don't realize I have like a lot of like I've had stepping stones, you know. But my biggest thing, honestly, when I was younger was I said it before when we were talking, but I had a dude named Joe Rodriguez. He was a guitar teacher in Altamont Springs, which is, you know, obviously Death is like notably from. And I lived just like 15 minutes away from Altamont Springs when I lived in Orlando area. And I went in there. I got lessons from him. He was incredibly nice, super cool guy, little tiny Mexican dude with like giant fucking set of hair down to his fucking knees. And he was super cool, man. Like as soon as we started talking,
he's a rocker fool.
He is a fucking rocker foo for real. And so I found out he used to like tour on his own projects, his own solo shit. And he's toured with like Trent Reznor, and like he had like these 8x10s like all over his room of all these people he fucking toured with. And I was like, this is incredible. Like, how do you fucking know these people?
Did he have any platinum records in his room?
No, dude, but check this out. You ready for this? He was the real life guitar player from like 90, because this is like in the 90s. So this is like 95 to like 2015 or something like that. He toured and played like I think every weekend with Flock of Seagulls, which was mind blowing to me. So I was like, holy shit.
Real quick, gasp. We did a cover of Iran back in the day. We were going to do a that's for another day. But anyways, I like Flock of Seagulls. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, dude. And so like he told me this and I was floored, of course. I was like, what? You do that? So like he was fucking awesome, man. And I genuinely love that guy. And I found out later on some of the guys that lived in Orlando, actually he used to like record them, and like he was like tied in somehow with like the underground scene in recording bands and stuff. So remember that band Maruda? They're a grind band, relapse band. Yep. So like those dudes knew him, and now that like they're like buddies with me. It's like Mo is one of my favorite, like one of my favorite guys in Florida. Period. End of statement. One of the best friends. I love him. But he is friends with him. So I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. What a small world. So we got into that shit, and ever since then, it was really just like we said before, just you fall for one thing that's a little bit heavier. I remember hearing Korn on the radio from that first record and being like, holy shit, what's this? And then I heard punk and hardcore and all this stuff, and then I got into all kinds of shit. And a notable point that I think is really cool that is kind of dying out, but I really think that this kind of format is where it comes from, or is going to, rather. I heard Cradle of Filth in high school, and it was on what's called the Tampa Metal Radio, the Metal Cacophony or Cacophony Tampa Metal Radio. And I heard Midian. It was from the song off of Midian, and I was like, I cannot believe what I'm hearing right now on the radio. This is so extreme. It has like all the fucking keys and stuff, which I'm not into, and it had like, but Danny Filth's fucking voice, whether you like that band or not, is fucking incredible, dude.
Yeah,
like
they were
genuine
shit back in the day.
But his voice, man, like he's genuinely, like when I think back to like iconic voices, there's a couple randos in there, but he is in there too, and it's I think it's weird how a lot of people don't talk about how strong of a vocalist he really is.
But, for sure.
But he stood out, and so like I got into shit from there on. I did the normal at the gates, shit, and kind of got in there, and then it just sort of flowed through my history of like basically music and bands at that point. So
what did you? We had chatted earlier, obviously, because we had a good half hour or so before the, we were trying to link up to YouTube, but YouTube's being fucking asinine. And by the way, everybody that's watching, listening, I've been at war with YouTube ever since I started this channel as far as copyright stuff. So I've been some sort of target, unfortunately. Like I said, I'm not a pod bro, so I don't generate a bunch of revenue, and I don't monetize my channel or whatnot. So if I did, maybe I'd get away with it, because I see some other shit on there and I just shake my head. But that's for another day. This is all about Austin today. We're not
that kind of stuff is so real though. I'm not big on the idea that everyone's shadow banning everyone. It makes everyone feel so weird. But I do think that there is something that's like, hey, this guy tries to upload a bunch of shit. Like let's put a little damper on what he's trying to do. Like I do think that's definitely like there's definitely real things there.
And that's the shitty part, I mean, James Cameron was correct, with fucking with the whole fucking Terminator thing about AI and whatnot with Skynet, because it's all AI now, and the fucking AI bots are just fucking grabbing all this
searching.
random fucking content. And I just, the last episode that I did, grabbed a Toxemia video that I had already posted like twice. That was not a problem. All of a sudden, my video is banned in Sweden all of a sudden because the bot says so. And it's just like, wow, okay, there might have been some changes, but that's just bizarre. Anyways, like I said, I don't want to.
No, dude,
we're not going to get into the fucking weeds too far.
I'm gonna put this out there. I think that shit's important to talk about. So it's important. I think it's important. So whatever. It's not bitching and complaining. It's real.
Just so everybody's aware, man. Fucking Adam. What's up, Adam? Cardiac Adam. Fucking. We'll get into,
dude. What's up, Adam?
We'll get into fucking cardiac. I know you guys played together recently down there, and
man, it was an honor.
And I know Chris is commenting like, "What's up with the fart sounds and your internet's weird?" Hey, listen, Chris. There's some weird shit going on today, but I'm in fucking Orange County, California, and Austin.
It might be my chair. My ass is in it.
So please excuse any technical difficulties that we have, everybody. We appreciate you fucking tuning in, though. But yeah, we were chatting about garbage trucks earlier. As far as like bring that up a little bit,
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that like once you get into anything remotely out of the middle of the road and you start getting to those extremes in heavy music, you just immediately either get the worst taste in the world, meaning like, holy shit, I've developed into this person that genuinely likes the sound of like just massive distortion and like just you can accept noise like you've never heard before. And then there's the other side of it where it's like I don't want, like if I listen to very soft music, I listen to very soft music. So it's like I have this thing where it's like the middle is kind of the worst. And everything to the extremes of that is my thing. But I call it the garbage truck full of blood with a microphone in the tailpipe, driving down the road, dragging bodies. That's what it sounds like. That's my like if that's like a creme de la creme of sound that I like. It just bass oriented, heavy as fuck, evil, churning, belligerent death metal. That's like the echelon of heavy. And so like I mean that's just what happens as you grow, as you learn that there's other stuff out there. Your ear at one point you couldn't listen to something because it was too harsh, and then you realized how to filter and take it in. It's like when you listen to Disclose for the first time, you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then you start listening to it and you're like, this is just discharge without any bass in it. You know what I mean? So it's just like you start figuring it out pretty quick, that like how to kind of to listen for it, and you know what they're trying to do, so that helps a little bit. There's a little story attached to each thing. And within the subgenres, I think it's very, very important to, like, especially, we're going to kind of get into some stuff later with the subgenres and stuff, but, like, it's so insane, like, to think that I started off listening to, like, Offspring, and I was like, this is the best shit in the world. I love this. I literally have, I wonder if I'll pull it out maybe a little bit later. I might actually have it here. Hold on, check this out. Fuck yeah, dude. Check this out, dude. What do you think about that, dude?
Nice.
What do you think about that, dude?
You know what's funny is that I was living, real quick, side story.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
I was living in this suburb of Los Angeles called Hacienda Heights. And
okay, I'm familiar with that area, yeah.
One of the guys that I live with was really good friends with Jason, who is the super fan of the Offspring that actually said, you got to keep them separated. And he actually, he's a real human being. And that was him in the fucking video because he was just a super Offspring fan. I don't know if my buddy Andrew Romero from LA is watching, but if you are, Andrew, you know what's up because Andrew's the one that introduced me to him. And Jason's a cool guy. He was just one of those bong ripper punk rock guys, drinker, taking bong rips. And his old lady was really nice. And total, LA's got a massive punk scene. So I was immersed in the punk scene. This was like 94. Right when Gasp was starting up, we are getting the ideas rolling. My other grind band Malfunction had ended, and that's when I kind of ran into these punk guys that I had no idea who the fuck the Offspring was. And I knew Bad Religion, obviously, and I loved them. The Suffer album and Against the Grain and You know,
I
no
genuinely
control,
mean this when I
fucking
say this.
cool.
Like
How could
they
hell
were,
be worse? You know, like
yeah,
you know,
they were my first. They were my first punk. Like really, I kind of look at it as like the first band I fell in love with.
I had, you know, my brother got me into metal and rock. My family, you know, my parents got me into rock. My brother got me into metal. My brother's girlfriend's son got me into punk and hardcore. So he's the one that turned me on to Bad Religion, Agnostic Front, Minor Threat, all the DC stuff that we talked about earlier, which we had mentioned.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was just a funny side story. So yeah, I know that dude. Keep them separated, and
you gotta keep them separated.
Offspring has some horrible music in the history and the echelons of horrible music that K-Rock did, which is headquartered here and you know our region of Southern California. But there's definitely worse bands, you know, and I understand the whole, you know, because I mean I know I have a lot of friends that are younger that grew up with System of a Down, Korn, Offspring, Deftones, and some of the other stuff like you know Pennywise,
like new metal oriented stuff,
new metal, and even punk rock, you know, like bro punk rock and stuff. Like
it's
a little
Pennywise
bit different than the UK stuff, like Subhumans, Discharge, the stuff that I like, and then you know obviously the US fucking real hardcore stuff, you know, like Husker Du, Negative Approach, you know, shit like that. And then, of course, the UK stuff like Ripcord Heresy and, you know, all that crazy shit. But anyways.
I love Ripcord. Do you see they're doing a reissue? They're doing some reissues. Ripcord's getting a reissue, dude. I think Fuck Off and Die is doing it.
Dude, Fuck Off and Die is the best.
The perfect label.
I just got that in Patago, and I saw they're doing a Fear of God, which we're going to talk about in a bit. So let's see.
Fine.
We're about a half hour official fucking deep. So what's up, Evan? Evan Williams, man.
Evan Williams!
Metal Miners, what's up? Hey, dude, you're not late. We fucked up, and you know we
You're right on time.
Luckily,
Anthony,
Austin,
you're right on time, baby.
Austin doesn't have to build any kitchen cabinets today. He's got the kids taken care of. The wife's like, if you're talking to Mike Abominator, I know this is going to be like Aaron and Chris were saying. This is going to be a 6-hour podcast and shit. So, or was that Adam and Aaron probably saying that? But
fuck yeah, there,
motherfuckers. I saw that shit.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting too. We just got exposed to a lot of Cradle of Filth fans apparently, and people are afraid to admit that because you know they became mom metal superstars and whatnot. But hey, when I was on with Carl over at the Witching Hour, you know my brother Carl,
he has a great show. Yeah,
no, he's the man, dude, and he is one of the mayors of San Antonio for sure. And
I was actually born in San Antonio. Don't tell him.
Oh, okay. No, San Antonio rules, dude. That's one of my
favorite towns.
I love that place. I have so many friends there.
Beautiful.
Ruins played there, and we had a great time. And I love that place. Graveville played there a couple times. It was fantastic. One of the best shows we played a real Texas dive bar with brawls and fucking madness and bringing your own whiskey type place in Texas, man.
That's pretty cool, man.
That's the shit right there. But anyways, that's that's for another day.
You're good, dude. You're good.
This is about you, brother. This is about you, man. I don't want to.
This is about stories, brother.
So you know what? I wanted to kind of get into. I wanted to play some jams for a second, and I wanted to play a fucking track from your demo, real quick, so we can get a break from the yapping. So we already got the live footage. Everybody saw that getting brutal, but. Let me jam this fucking demo track out because this is what started it off, and then we can get into the history of Vacuous and you know how you guys got going. So
sounds good, man.
Let's jam it out. Yeah, baby, fucking heavy duty. Fucking, I love that. Fucking, wah, 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 wah. Let me hear that in the comment. You guys like that fucking riff? Wah,
Yeah,
wah,
dude.
wah, 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 wah. That's a fucking legendary death metal riff right there, boy.
Dude,
Let me tell you.
we have certain songs that we always kind of kick back to.
And what's that song called? One of my favorite topics?
Sodomized.
Wait. Never mind. I thought it was something else.
That's a hobby. You know what I mean? That's just a hobby.
Thank you. That's a good recovery. Yeah. Verbal diarrhea. That was just came out, yo.
But yeah, I mean, dude, that's genuinely one of my favorite songs that we have. It's a simpler song and whatever, but it's a mean one, man.
Austin, you have to fucking play that song every set. Don't be like fucking Iron Maiden and we're not gonna play Iron Maiden tonight. We're not gonna play, we're not gonna play the Trooper tonight. No, motherfucker, you're fucking playing it because that's what we want to hear. We want to hear Sodomized.
Yeah, it's a mean one. And it's a fun one live too, because people are like, oh fuck,
Dude, that intro riff just kind of grabs you in,
Yeah.
It's brilliant, dude. Brilliant. Love
Thanks,
it.
man.
Cheers, brother. Cheers. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah, man. That demo was definitely different from our LP, sound wise, obviously. But on a
So that was what, 2017, right?
Yeah, 2017.
So talk about a little bit about I'm sorry to cut you off, but talk a little bit about the formation, about Vacuous, how that came about, real quick.
Sure. So it's kind of an interesting story. Basically, I had been looking to put together the band for a really long time. This is during prior to this. I was playing with God Harvest in those days, and I was playing I had a rehearsal studio of my own. I actually created a space and a business and all this stuff. And we just would sit around and write music and stuff. And I was playing drums on that project for no reason at all. But I decided that I really wanted to do a death metal band. And I loved the concept of like I really have to have like a whole idea before I jump into anything. I don't necessarily do
real quick, don't mean to cut you off, my apologies, but you're a drummer and you ran a record label. You would be somebody that'd be putting to work quite a bit. I just want to throw that, if you lived closer, obviously. I mean, we're like fucking 5,000 miles away, but you're a drummer and did a record label. It's over for you. Okay, sorry.
I did have a record label. So and it's something that I've always thought about doing, but I know with all the work that goes into it. So no, I know.
Be all over that shit, bro.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to be sought after,
Could you put out my bedroom black metal project, please?
Yeah, man. Send me what you got to my PO box.
We'll do it.
But oh shit, where was I? Oh fuck, where was I? Oh, we
the formation of that.
Yeah. So we had I had been kind of formulating the idea and kind of developing my tastes, finding what I thought was like kind of the best death metal, and I found heavy music in like the weird ways. Like I didn't necessarily always have friends that were into it, and I didn't have any siblings to show me, so I kind of was like, I always felt like I was kind of in the dark and I didn't do anything right. Some people were like, oh, I found zines and that's how I found music. Some people were like, oh, I found going to shows a lot, but I didn't really know where some of the shows were. I didn't have a circle of friends that were super into this kind of stuff. I had a couple, but at that point, it didn't click to me. So with Vacuous Depths, I tried really fucking hard to try and solidify an idea of really what direction I would go and the influences I would take from and all this stuff. And as I dug deeper and deeper into the underground, I found that like, the stuff that we're kind of given just as normal is not what I love. And the stuff that I end up loving is like stuff that I really looked for and tried really hard to like, not to love, but just to like sort of appreciate in a different way. So, you know, I found the Finnish scenes, I found the Mexican scenes, I found the Midwest of the USA, I found South America, I found Australia, I found British death metal is a super under talked about scene that is just heavy and hard.
Absolutely.
Dude, it's just so burly and masculine and fucking brutal, dude. It's so heavy. And so I found some of these other things and I was like, man, I think I got this idea
It's
down.
heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's heavy, isn't it? Hey. So the Vacuous Depths, the membership was hard because I didn't really have a bunch of people around me that played metal, and I barely fucking do it. So I'm not a shredder. So I ended up getting in contact with my friend named Chris, who is in a band around here called Cellgraft. He played drums also in a band called Dissevered. And so he had moved to Georgia, and then he was moving back, and he had hit me up. He's like, "Hey, I heard you have a place. I want to rent a room." And so I was like, "Let's do that." And then I was like, "Are you playing drums still or whatever?" He's like, "Oh, I'm not sure." Blah blah blah. And so he comes down. We start this project and jamming and stuff. And I showed him like, "Hey, this is what I want to do." He's like, "Okay, cool. I'm into this." He obviously had a death metal band under his belt. He had a fucking shitload of grind under his belt. This is where I wanted someone to be. And he was an incredibly good drummer. What up, Chris? I haven't seen you in a million years. He just had like twins, so he's like out of his mind right now. So he and I start the band by living together. We're actually just like jamming in the house. And then it was just kind of an issue of just, hey, who's going to play bass? I brought in a few bass players. And then we found Doug, who is a friend of ours. He decided to play with us. I've always wrote a lot of the music, and the demo definitely had some influence of Chris in there, which is great. Intros and random things that he helped me to kind of like solidify and things, but it was mostly all me with riffs and everything. So at that point, it was really just the lineup was there. It was me, Chris, and Doug, and we played some shows. We got some stuff together, and then we recorded the demo with a dude named Pat. Pat recorded the demo at the house that we played at, or that we started the band at, and we're living at. Pretty much from there, it was pretty short-lived, honestly. From the demo to the point of I found out that I was having a kid. So in like 2017, I found out that we found out that my wife was pregnant. Not at the time; we were just my girlfriend at the time. So we made some changes and stuff, but they were pretty convinced that I was not going to continue playing music, which wasn't correct at all, obviously. But they assumed that we were going to break up, and so we played a show in St. Pete. And after that, shortly after the demo came out, it never saw the light of day. It never got a pressing. It just existed on the internet. And we, shortly after that, broke up after that show. We never played a last show, which was a bummer because I was like, oh, well, if you're going to break up, you got to at least have a last show. And I'm sure we can put something together. It never happened. So fast forward, had my kid. Took that year to raise my kid and get her past that 1 year mark, which is pretty crucial. And then her name is Hazel. She rules. And at that point, I had run into a handful of people that were willing to play, so I started doing that and starting to try people out. First couple guys were not great. They were real into like deathcore and I don't know, man, just like real, like I was like, hey, can you play a Slayer beat? And he was like, who's Slayer? I'm like, how did you end up in this room? So that was the fucking thing. And then at that point we had found a dude named Joey. He had been sort of in the underground scene, sort of like doing stuff, I'm not really sure, musically. But he was adventurous, and he kind of knew some bands that were in the area for reference points, and I was like, cool. He started playing with me, and then we had a chick in the band that we started playing, had playing bass, and I was like, I don't know about you, but I'm a big sucker for like some girls' vocals in death metal and stuff are just perfectly suited. And I don't know if, you know, as a vocalist, like, I'd love to talk about this for a minute, but like I really wanted to kind of incorporate her like as a vocalist in the beginning, because I was like, I fucking love death metal that has girls on it. Like, you know what I mean? They just have like a witchy, evil sounding fucking vocal. And so I was like, man, this would be great. Both of them fucking, I can't even express to you how fast they fucked up. But that girl got kicked out. The Joey knew Arturo, who got to be in the band like within a week of our first show coming back in like 2019. So now, you know, 2017 demo, 2019, that's pretty much that time. And what I was doing, just trying to develop something, and it almost fucking shit the bed the first show. So it was really, really annoying. But Arturo came in, and he was like a breath of fresh air. He is like a brother that I've never had. He's fantastic. He is my very, very, very Guatemalan bass player. So he came in, learned the whole set, and we proceeded to put out the first
what's up with the Guatemalans out there, like Big Frank? I think he's still watching.
Oh, Guatemala. So so that's pretty much up to 2019 at that point, and that is kind of like in that time period is when I met Aaron. Aaron actually randomly hit me up from a Goat Throne. Aaron hits me up, and he's like,
Aaron
yo,
rules.
Aaron does fucking rule. And he reached out. He was like, yo, your demo smokes. I like it a lot. Let's do something. And I was like, I mean, you know, I don't know this fucking guy from Adam. So I'm like, sure, like, let's talk. And so we started talking about it. And we basically were like, all right, well, we put everything together. I had already gotten the artwork officially made for the release. So artwork was ready. And I was stoked to put it out. I was going to put it out myself because I was just like, I just want to have this. I don't know if anyone will give a shit. And then so we ended up doing that first show back was actually our tape release for the demo. So it technically released physically in 2019. I think it was like August or something like that. And I actually, if you want me to, I actually pulled some old flyers and stuff. If you want me to show them off or whatever, but
absolutely, go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Totally. We're talking
so
about
I like that.
Man. Have at it.
Yeah. So we did a lot to try and get things together, and it finally worked out. This was the show. It was with some of our friends. There you go. It was us on top there, and then a band called Well Tesser, very, very heavy dissonant doom. And then a band called Graven Hag, which is basically a bunch of friends, and more importantly, Black Thrash and a guy who plays in our band now. So Graven Hag was awesome, and it was awesome to be able to play with them, and they welcomed us back, and then the scene had changed at that point, so it was really just trying to find stuff that was cool to play and all that. So we played a bunch of shows under the demo when it was just Chris and Doug and I, and we played some really great shows, one of those being with Undergang on that second tour that they played. I always get corrected, so I think it's the second tour with Necrot and Dude, it was just an incredible. That was one of the best shows I've ever played. Period. But we played some really cool shows, mostly local stuff, and then that's pretty much up to 2019. I don't know how far you want me to kind of go with it, but from 2019 and on is like a whole bunch of shit. So
yeah, no, I wanted to just find out the history. Yeah, that Undergang Necrot tour was their second one, because Undergang actually played here for the first time. Believe it or not, they played the Black Castle in Inglewood, South Central Los Angeles. I don't even know what year it was. 2012, 2013, maybe.
yeah,
maybe
first
earlier,
tour.
but it was their very first U.S. tour.
Yeah.
And I interviewed David for one of my buddy's fanzines that he was doing, and the recorder wasn't working, so our whole interview was classic, but it didn't go through. It was the first time I ever met David. And, obviously we became friends because he's a fucking maniac. I'm a maniac, so we, like-minded maniacs, right? And they played with like Astres Pestis from Seattle, which I know that demo fucking rules. I
have that tape up there.
The two Sam Osborns. Remember, there was two Sam Osborns, and I was buddies with both of them. And one of them
I'm friends with Sam.
And
I'm friends with Sam now. Yeah.
Now, Mr. Big Sam, Buzz's nephew, he's in Holder with his wife, basically. So now Sam rules, man. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah, Sam's awesome. We hung out when Incantation came that last time.
Yeah, Sammy was in Funabarum for a while too with Charlie, which we're all pretty connected out here on the West Coast. We all know each other between San Diego, LA, Orange County, San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle. It's pretty much we're all
it's like one. You guys might as well be one town.
Pretty much, man. I mean, it's like there's like probably between all those cities, there's like 40 of us, but we make up like 40% of the death metal scene.
Yeah, dude, it's real. It's so real.
Because everybody's in a bunch of bands, So
yeah, dude, it's true. But it's good. It's I like the activity, man. It's cool that you guys have and they're all it does kind of breed a quality, which is cool.
Sure.
So like like South Florida to me is that. South Florida has some of the heaviest music, and so it's but it's genuinely like 12 people all doing it all.
For sure, No, and I mean, that's the thing is like South Florida. I mean, to me, I don't care what anybody says. It was Cam, Rick, and Chuck that kicked things off as far as death metal goes. That was the epicenter for me. So that was the beginning. I did the whole fucking show talking about that, and but go back and watch that episode, everybody.
Fuck yeah.
But so moving forward real quick, let's jam this out because we got some videos to play.
Oh, sick.
This is a little cover song. We talked about the little logo earlier, so let's get into this.
Oh, nice.
There you go. I think you love that record a little bit, huh?
Yeah, dude. When we covered that, it was just really to kind of get to know each other, just like anybody, in any band. You find a cover that you might like or some song, and that one was the one. So
I know our boy Chris here. He's not a troll, but he's saying, "Why does everybody cover this song? Really? They did better songs than this one." Now, let me just say this: everybody does cover that song, and everybody from Ritual Necromancy to a bunch of local bands. Because I remember Gravehill went up to Portland in like 2009. It was like Ritual Necromancy from Portland. Everybody knows that band now by this point. They're heavy duty, and
they are a favorite modern.
Oh, they're killer guys
they
too.
Are fucking incredibly heavy.
Gravehill and Ruin played with them several times, so
I'm pissed they're not doing more. I always talk about them.
No, yeah, they're we've chatted about this, man. Balancing life, family, children, jobs, almost impossible. So we're encountering that, and they are for sure. So
yeah,
and especially Kevin's like in Blasphemy now, so it's like Blasphemy's very busy, but they're the best guys. So
that's cool.
They covered Troops of Doom on their the first show they ever played was opening for Gravehill in Portland, and it was phenomenal, But actually, your guys' cover, that was just so badass. A lot of people fucking cover that song, and you know why, Chris? Because that song fucking rules, dude. It was one of those things that song just blew up. And if you ever seen Sepultura, the proper pronunciation, by the way, you see them back in the day, in their prime, when they would play that song. All hell would fucking break loose.
I want to put this out there, man.
And stage driving and slamming and fights and fucking was just insane. It was insane for their sets, for the whole. But that song particularly, it was like
it's a rager. It's a rager.
Troops of Doom.
It's a rager, man. And to go back to why cover it, even though a bunch of people have already done it.
Talk about why you guys did it and whatnot.
No, and this goes back to it is that, one, you don't cover songs that people don't know. That's not why you cover songs. So you cover shit to be new in a room but familiar to people. And then on top of that, it's an easy song that is a really easy, just accomplishable cover. That you won't ruin.
Hold on 1 second, brother. Sorry to interrupt you, but
you're good.
Fucking Dan from Ruin, former Ruin guitar player. My boy Dan from Mind Rot is chiming in right now. What's up, Dan? My fucking brother. I love him. He's jumped in because I just sent him the link. I'm surprised he's on here because he hates everything. So
yeah.
What's up, Dan? What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Fucking this is my boy Austin. You'd like Vacuous, Dan.
What's up, man?
We had a stream between me, Dan, and Jerry from Excruciating Terror and Bloody Phoenix, because we're fucking best buds from back in the day. We're all fucking grandpas now. But we were talking about best guitar tones of all time. So Jerry always throws in these fucking interesting fucking questions. Okay, fellas, what's up? What's the best guitar tone ever or whatnot? And I was like, damn, I can't respond because I'm jumping on with Austin and shit. So Dan just jumped on. All right, Mikey, best guitar tone. Let me just say, my favorite guitar tone of all time, bar none, is Left Hand Path, man. That's mine.
It's gnarly. It's gnarly.
There's some Dave and Adrian had some guitars on Number of the Beast that are fucking unprecedented. And some of the Merciful Fate stuff is just so, especially that fucking first EP is so good. Those guys had it dialed in. And of course, Glenn and KK, we're talking old school, and I know, people will laugh, but I love Discharge's guitar sound too. So
I think it's fair. It did create an entire genre.
It really fucking did, dude.
It can't be that bad.
I could fucking actually idolize somebody that doesn't know what they're doing, just like me, and just play 3 chords, and that's why fucking the Discharge riff rules. They ruled, but I got to go Left Hand Path, Dan. That's my number one. We'll get into it in the text stream after the show, but now we want to say what's up to Dan because we got fucking my boy from Mind Rot jumping in here, fucking checking this fucking chat out. So that's cool. And then
so can I throw a 2 cents in there for the guitar tone?
Please do.
So when I decided to start this band, is the moment that I heard Convulse World Without God. That fucking record, dude, is so important to me that hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
I just wanted to throw that out there real quick, not to be a dick, but we got to fucking open for Convulse.
That's incredible. On that tour?
Yep.
That was a good record. A lot of people don't don't talk about that. It prevails.
No. They played World Without God. It was a World Without God set. There's
fuck, dude! I would have died. Yeah. Who else is on that? I'm trying to see it on my screen. Hold it up.
Yeah, these are my buddies. Unholy Lust, Malignant, and my friends in Depraver. Those are good friends.
Depraver, yeah. Depraver.
Yeah, Depraver fucking rules, dude. And Unholy Lust fucking kill too. The good Death Thrash. They fucking definitely, if you like Sadistic Intent and kind of the Death Thrashy possessed type stuff, Unholy Lust is fucking badass. And Depraver fucking kills, man.
They're heavy as fuck.
But yeah, it was kind of funny too because the Convulse guys, they weren't dicks, but they just didn't really understand English too well, so we just didn't get along with them. And we opened for Ripakulu, and it was just like they just did not culturally, like it was just way out there, man. Some of the Finns, they're out in the sticks or whatever. They just they have no fucking clue, man. So I was trying to fucking dap them up and hang out and help them with their merch. Like the Convulse guys specifically, I was trying to help those guys with their merch, and they were just so confused and fucking, dude, it was just a fucking nightmare. Nice guys though, dude, but we did not fucking hang out or communicate or anything like that.
Yeah.
Man. I'm trying to talk to them, and they're just like, I was like, yeah, well, all right. This ain't gonna happen tonight, but you guys fucking rule, man. Dude,
anyway, I would have sincerely died at that. I think if I heard World Without God in person, I already have a visceral reaction to music. I would hurt so many people in a pit, just fucking throwing people into other people and just decimating any amounts of good times that would be had. I would be inside of every person's bubble the entire time, and it would just be so bad. I would have already fought 4 people. I would have been punching and choking out 6 other dudes behind me. Dude, it's bad. So
yeah, it's like Dan said, we're too stupid for the Finns half the time. Dan, what do you remember about that show, brother? Fucking, you remember they were fucking great, dude. They were fucking Convulse. I mean, it was just like dun 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 dun. They started off and all hell broke loose after that. It was phenomenal, dude. Yeah, they were great.
Yeah,
it was.
They're so hard, dude. They're so fucking hard. They are so tough. That's the thing about their sound that I try so goddamn hard to attain, is that I want our shit to be tough. I don't want it to be like metal where it's like, oh, this is some stuff going on. I don't want it to be like intricate where you're like, I'm paying attention. I want it to be like, this is menacing. This is fucking intense, dude. It's so good.
Austin, it was kind of like, when I met Scott from Cyanide, we'll talk about that a little bit later too, because we talk about the Cyanide demo. And I got a story about the Death Strike too. We
so
we got
much,
a ways to go, but so I got a story about that real quick. Like I said, fucking this is all about you, but I got a couple 2 or 3 stories.
Don't you just do you, dude?
And
we're
Scott
here to party.
Said that as far as Grave Hill goes, he could tell. I can tell that you guys are about it and you're fucking into the metal and into it. You're like lifers in that sense, just the way you write songs. He's all, I can fucking smell a mile away when somebody doesn't fucking write properly or fucking about their shit. And Scott's into all kinds of different music too, by the way. Rock and roll. He likes to
I follow his page, dude.
Scott's great, dude. He's the fucking
incredible taste. Just
he's
all
the
over
best
the place.
Asshole of all time, dude. He's a total fucking asshole, but so lovable to fucking. He's so great. He's just such a fucking legend, dude.
Man. It's like one of the best bands ever.
Absolutely, man. And it's funny too because I always fucking like if he's into something, man. I know in the back of my mind, like, I'm gonna like it too because he knows his shit. You know what I mean? So
man,
that's cool. And I recognize that same thing about you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad. That's awesome.
You like fucking. I can tell you're a passionate motherfucker. So that's the thing with Vacuous Depths is that it comes out in the fucking in the performance of that. So I wanted to jam out a little bit of the album stuff real quick, just an album.
Sure,
stuff.
yeah.
So I want people to be fucking familiar with how fucking badass this fucking album was to a lot of us. And I'm really fucking honored that you sent me this motherfucker. I just want to make sure I got it fucking set right. So, and
you deserve it, my friend.
That's obviously Carl Dahmer.
Carl fucking Dahmer.
My boy, one of the nicest guys ever. He did some Ruin art at one point, and one of our best-selling shirts, might I add.
So, dude, he fucking rules, man. I talk to him quite often.
One of the nicest guys of all time, and he's like a superstar now. So it's like he was always like, well, I want to do some art with him. He's all, let me warn you, I'm a little bit more expensive now. It's like, you know what, Carl, you deserve it, man. It doesn't matter. Let's just fucking do it. And
yep.
But fucking that the whole thing was just badass. When I first saw this, I immediately saw his artwork, which is always, as we know, as music fans, not just metal, especially metal, but music in general. The album cover's got to grab you, right?
It does, yeah. It's critical.
Yeah, let's jam some fucking Vacuous fucking of this fucking. To me, it's a classic fucking death metal fucking record. So enjoy, everybody.
Fuck yeah, dude. Love that song.
What's up, Rotten Punks 999? We got, so yeah, my buddy Dan said, them Fields killed both shows. They just didn't get our goofiness. You know, we tried fucking hanging out with Convulse and Ripakulu and shit, but and there, in fairness to them, they were traveling, and they were both doing like those weird. They're not touring, but they're doing these one-off shows where they're like New York, Chicago, L.A., Texas.
Yeah, so they're like,
so they're flying. So it's like play a show and then go straight to the fucking airport and fucking fly out or whatever. And you know, the Ruin guys were just like, hey man, you want a fucking beer, man? You want a fucking beer? You want to hang out, man? You want to go get some tacos? We'll fucking you, baby. And they're just like, all right. Hey man, what's up, brother? Fucking, you know, fucking drink some beers. What do you need, man? You know? You know, so hey, we tried, man. Whatever, we still love their fucking music, you know?
Yeah, I tried recently. I was talking with some friends that recently played with Ripakulu, and first off, needs to be said, Ripakulu is the model for Death Doom. Like for me, like they are the here's the model, right, and then go from there. Okay, so that's just my own take on that.
Sure.
I take them extremely seriously. One of my favorite bands. But I'm talking with a dude that recently played with them, and he's like, "Hey, they were kind of not nice. Like, hey, they were like not fucking cool." And so I was like, "Oh shit." He's like, "I was like,
dude, they're traveling. They're cranky. Who gives a fuck?"
No, but they played over there. It was overseas with them and stuff, and it was just like apparently they were like too cool for school and all this shit. So I don't know what the deal is, but they need to simmer it down. They got like a demo under their belt. Maybe put out something else.
They weren't like that. But you know, a lot of motherfuckers don't come to LA like that because you get slapped around a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone ain't afraid to fucking slap a motherfucker around a little bit if they're acting up, you know. But nah, man.
Maybe it was home territory. That's what it was.
Fine, yeah, they were fine. It's just it's one of those things, man. I mean, you know, we're from a melting pot here, so communication it doesn't fucking matter, man. We talking music and food and fucking, that's it.
Drinking, partying,
like, hey, norte, whatever, fucking, you know. You know, fucking, that's it. No matter what language it is, man. I mean, you know what's up, dude. Fucking Florida, same fucking shit.
Yeah, dude. I always just say that we're other New York, you know. So it's just like we're just you know, our area.
New York B.
the other, like I don't know. I have to come up with a different name. There's all kinds of put downs we like to use.
Nah, you know what's crazy? Like real quick too. When my dad got out of prison here in Cali back in the day, he went to Tampa because that's where St. Pete. That's where his parents were, right? So. He went to go stay with them, and I went out there in like 8th grade, man. It was crazy, and it was a lot of fun though. And we went to because my grandfather and my father are from Green Bay, Wisconsin, so we're Packers fans, you know. So I'm a Packers fan, but I like my LA teams, Kings, you know, Dodgers, Lakers, but I never got into the Raiders or the Rams because my dad was always like Packers, you know. So. Yeah, I'm a Green Bay Packers fan because that's where my Gramps and my dad are from. But when they, you know, they were down in St. Pete's, Tampa area, you know, we went to the games, and then we even my dad passed away in 2007, but we went to like 3 games at Raymond James Stadium there with the explosions and the fucking boat and the fucking pirate ship and all that. And that's when Warren Sapp was there, and you know, fucking. We even went the year they went to the Super Bowl. We went to one of those games. Tampa was really good, dude, and they kicked the shit out of Brett Favre and the crew and everything. But I got that being said, I got mad love for Tampa. Obviously, I'm a fucking death metal fucking freak, but Buffalo, fucking that's right. Aaron's from Buffalo, man, and he loves the Bills. You know, I've been busting his balls about the Bills, unfortunately, for last couple 2-3 years.
he deserves so much heat, you know. Just give it to him, you know.
You talk about Aaron?
Yeah.
Oh, poor guy. Oh, yeah, my buddy Dan said we tried to take him to the new Jalisco bar over there in downtown LA, talking about Convulse probably, but they couldn't understand what the fuck's going on. Fucking New Jalisco bars.
I'm trying to picture Convulse like trying to eat tacos and order them and do all of the things. And
the 5-star bar right there, the original location in downtown LA, it's open up again, but it closed like during the pandemic, and it was closed for a couple, 2-3 years, and then it recently opened up like last year or whatever. And the original location was right around the corner from Skid Row, Los Angeles, which I'll be absolutely one of the most notorious neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And, everybody always says,
I've been through California. I've been through California, and it was pretty rough. I went through Skid Row area, and it was fucking incredible.
It's fucking nasty, man. And my buddy Frank, that I was telling you about earlier, I don't know if he's still watching, but he's over there in South Dakota. I mean, Frank and I have been down in Watts and Malfunction. My old band used to play down at Watts all the time. Frank would come down there, and Skid Row's way crazier than any of the fucking gangster hoods in LA, dude, because it's just complete Mad Maxville down there.
Yeah,
and 5-star was like around the corner, so you would have an overflow of like Skid Row motherfuckers coming down there every once in a while. But it doesn't matter, because as is tradition, the best underground metal and punk fucking shows and venues are always in the hood, right? So downtown was fucking popping for a while at 5-star, and fucking at one point, dude, and like 2019, Ruin played there like 5-6 times in a row. We played every big show. It was like Ripakulu, Convulse, Exhumed, I Hate God. We opened fucking every single one. And a couple of those, they were just like, oh, I don't know if you guys are good. Nah, we'll do it. I don't know if you're a good fit. Nah, we'll do it.
Dude, you say that, but like Ruin's a good mix of sound. So it's not just like one, like it's not like a hyper metal thing. It's not one hyper doom thing. It's not one hyper. You don't really have lanes. You have a bunch of shit that you do. So it's you can easily fit into a lot of those. Not in a bad way either.
Was saying too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of worked itself out or whatever. But so let's get into the album and tell me about that time and how you kind of hooked up with Rodrigo and Aaron, and then there was somebody else involved. Was it Memento Mori, or I forgot who? Like, I know Aaron. I guess Aaron did the CD or the tape.
No,
anyways,
it was a little. Yeah, it was a little all over the place. So
talk about that whole era.
Oh yeah. So here's the deal. So as I had been writing since 2019, I'd continued writing, and I'd continued putting together the project and working with the guys that we had worked with, which was Joey, the first drummer to come back in 2019, and then Arturo on bass from 2019, and he's in the band still and will continue to always be in this band because I love him. Joey, we kicked out. We had gone into the studio after recording every song except for one, which is the final track on the
Joey.
LP. Oh yeah, if you wanna know, I'll tell you. It's not good. So we got into the studio, started to record, got to the point of me getting ready to do vocals, and kind of a second tracking of guitars. So it was, we're a 3-piece, so we really only need one track of guitars, whatever. This is 2. We decided to do that, but we recorded this thing one time already, and with Joey, and he gets into legal trouble, and real shitty legal trouble. I've always said that I'm not going to divulge anything, and I'm going to probably hold to that. But it was not good, and it was it was not good in a, let's say, fucking Joey, dude. How about this? I won't lead it on. I'll say this. The person that he had his hands on was very young. How about that? So, with that said, real life. Fucking bummer, dude. So, I already, after hearing the recording, I was really...
Uh-oh. More technical difficulties. Hang tight, everybody. Hang tight. Everybody still here? Everybody still here? Give me a hey, hey. Austin will be back. There he is. There he is. Quit getting phone calls, bruh.
Can you hear me?
We got you, baby.
All good?
All good.
All good. So, Joey found out I was talking shit. So I basically at that point I was really unhappy with how the record came out. It was mainly him, honestly. And I was already unhappy with how things were going. Then this stuff happened, and I was like, I'm fucking done with this. With the fact that we had label support kind of already lining up with Aaron on board already and things like that, I was not going to put their money, their time, our effort, our time into jeopardy because of this fucking shithead's personal decisions. So I was like, I yanked him out. I was like, yo, you're fucking out. I'm done. This sucks. I can't believe you've done this. You fucking tanked this whole thing. So that day, I hit up Dustin. And Dustin, there he
Joey.
is. Fucking show him the finger. Dustin, I sent a text message to via the Facebook Messenger or whatever, and he never got it the first time. So he was actually the original guy that I was going to ask to play in the band. And so I hit up Dustin a second time, and I was like, yo, here's what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Hit me up. He sends me a message of a screenshot of the message I sent him. He goes, hey, this sounds cool, but when did you send me this other message? And he looked at the message prior to that, and it was like 20, I can't remember, it was like 2018 or something like that. It's like 2019. So like it was hysterical because I already reached out to him. He never got the message, and then he did end up showing interest in wanting to do it. I was like, listen, we have an entire record that's ready to go. We just need to learn it. We need to play some shows to make sure we're ready. I want you in the band. I've always wanted you in the band. Let's do this. He gets on board. And long story short, he goes from not in the band to the next day being in the band to the next, several months we start playing together. And we have shows booked, things like that. And he just immediately came in. He's really well studied, incredibly good drummer. And he really knocked it out of the park. We went into the studio again, same studio. And we, in that interim time, we developed a better idea of what we were going to try and do, which is kind of great. In my opinion, pre-production is pretty much what happened. And so we used that other recording to get Dustin to learn the material and to build off of it and then perfect it. And then for us, we were like, oh, we changed the guitar tones just like a little bit. The bass tones a lot. Actually, the bass tones weren't exactly the same. They were a little more on the crust side of things. It was a lot more like fuzz-oriented bass before, and now it's just like a lot more, a little more pronounced. It's still a fucking mess, but it's still really it has a punch to it. And so going from there, we recorded again. Fucking Dustin knocked it out in 8 hours, the whole thing, front to back. We did 3 takes each basically, and some of them we did first and second takes. So it just went so smooth. And then from there on, we just sort of kept recording and doing other shit within the concept of the record. I went in separately to do guitars. I went in separately again to do guitars. Arturo went in separate to do bass. And then vocals, I went in at the end and did all my shit. I mean, really at that point, getting on board with the labels was a discussion that Aaron and I had. And Aaron at that point, from 2019 to that point, we're really looking at like a couple years worth of friendship at this point. Because him and I had been talking a lot. And so him and I were very close. And I was like, listen, man, like this is what I kind of want out of the record. And then in that time, Victor from Chaos came into the picture, and he was like, Chaos Records.
He came in and he was like, "Hey, I'm interested." And his record label had already put out some of my favorite Mexican death metal. So within that shot, I already was like, wow, this is. He came in on board with only the demo being heard, which to me was crazy because like the demo is like, night and day different production and everything. So I sent him the tracks and he was like, dude, yeah, I'm putting this out. This sounds great. So he was really set on doing CD. He was in on the vinyl to split it. And then my biggest thing was like, I want to get a label for overseas. And so what my motivation was with Aaron, and that's the biggest thing, is that he's been always in our court, right behind me, rooting us on, sending us out to people that we need to hear. You know what I mean? Like, he's been supportive as fuck, and he's awesome, man. I was on the phone with him earlier, so it's just we're buddies, and love him to death. So I told him, like, he's like, put together a list of a handful of labels that you want me to reach out to, and I'll talk to them about the split. So I made like a short list of like, I think we got Aaron, if you want to chime in, if you're still in there.
Aaron is better than Jesus Christ. He rules. Best guy ever.
He really is. He put, I think we sent out like 4 emails individually. So we sent it out, wait for an answer, send it out, wait for an answer. And so we were sent out to a handful of labels. We got turned down by 4. And then the one that I didn't think would ever kind of be there
was them.
Yeah, fuck them. Yeah. No, they're cool. In fact, they're really great labels, so they're really awesome. So
fuck them.
No. Perspective's a bitch. We sent out to Blood Harvest, and Rodrigo answered, and he was interested. And I'm gonna put this out there, like, one of my favorite labels in Europe. And obviously, size-wise, like, he seems to do a lot, but also on top of that, like, a lot of what's behind me is a lot of his stuff, because he just does so much good shit. Smaller underground bands.
Pinche Rodrigo.
Fucking Rodrigo. So anyways, that's pretty much where that landed. And then from there on, it was just trying to get them to all work together. We decided, there was a couple of decisions on our end. There was a lot of decisions on their end. And it really just kind of, went through the routine. So record came out. It did have a promotional sort of angle to it that Blood Harvest handled on their side of things. But other than that, it was pretty straightforward. Each one of the records, the 3 labels split the vinyl, and then Goat Throne and Blood Harvest both put out the tape as a split, and then the CD was exclusively handled through Chaos. Now, since then, we are going to do a U.S. pressing and a European pressing of the CD. And so we do have plans to do that. We're not sure when, but I was going to try and kind of get it out on the anniversary of the record's release. So kind of November, that time. I would love to see it come out around that same time of the year. So hopefully this year we'll see that. That'll be awesome.
That's badass. So talk about a little bit about that. What labels are going to be involved in that? And
it's going to be the same labels. So it'll be Blood Harvest. Blood Harvest, and then Goat Throne would do the CD as like a U.S. and a European pressing, and it would be the same style pressing and same sort of press as the original. So it's just they didn't get technically a CD press, so because of the exclusivity of the Chaos one. So that was pretty much where that's at. So that's the only thing we really have planned that I really want to get done soon. But that's the biggest thing, is that we've talked about that, and that's pretty much just kind of whenever we want to do it kind of thing, it seems. So
Good. So yeah, let's get into what I wanted to get into next was we talked about lists, right? And some of your favorite shit.
yes. Well, some that I own. Yeah.
You know what? I want to go in a different order. I was going to originally do demos, LPs, and this other genre, but I think I'm going to start with this because I want to talk about this first before we get into the influences, because people might not be aware of God Harvest and the split with Cogs and Sprocket or whatnot. So let me play the video real quick. It's a quick one, and then we'll get into it. Hey, you back?
Are you there?
I can hear you. There you go. Hey, block those motherfuckers, dude. Tell them to fucking. I'm on a goddamn podcast with a pod bro. Leave me alone.
Can you hear me? Okay. For some reason, my headset.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna try and turn it off and on again. We got you.
So we played the God Harvest real quick, and let me just say, you know, not to float my own boat, but I was there during the power violence explosion. I was part of it. So, you know, I happened to be there as it exploded. We saw it at the beginning with the early Infest stuff when they were playing shows early on, and it was nuts. And half the time they wouldn't even show up back in the day. And my boy Dan can attest to this from his days in Mind Rot. Like, there was no power violence scene back then. You know, it was just these fast, heavy hardcore bands that we all played together because there was nowhere else to play. A lot of us, after a while, like we weren't punk enough for punk and we weren't metal enough for metal, so we just kind of formed our own thing. You know what I mean? So,
yeah,
God Harvest reminds me definitely of that era of kind of the Slopaham stuff or whatever. So, real quick, just touch on that. I know Aaron was talking some smack, but let me get into the comments real quick. Oh, yeah, Evan likes the God Harvest. I know Evan likes sick stuff. Aaron was saying real quick, let's see, let me get into the comments here. Who foot the bill? If we know Aaron, man, Aaron's like the stand-up guy in the fucking scene, so I got a fucking sneaking suspicion that whatever happened with that fucking Vacuous Depths album, fucking Aaron was ended up fucking handling business behind the scenes because the other two fucking cats, which will remain nameless, I ain't gonna fucking talk shit. I work with both of them in my fucking musical career, and I'm not gonna fucking say anything publicly about either. But I will say, people will know my allegiance. Aaron fucking rules, dude. Aaron's my guy, and I will take a fucking bullet for fucking Aaron. So that just tells you, and I ain't gonna say shit about those other two cats. Let's just leave it at that. Go ahead, Austin. Tell me about that, man.
To touch on the power violence thing, I've always kind of felt like Florida specifically is kind of like every band sort of sounds like every band. Like it's like the weirdest thing. It's like there's no such thing as genres. There's no real specific genre.
Well, yeah, Florida's a melting pot. So you had what, like Asshole Parade and obviously Floor. I remember Mitch and I got a split tape from Steve from Floor, and it had Asshole Parade on the other side. So I'm sure both those bands played together, just like Gasp and Excruciating Terror and Noothgrush and Dystopia all played together because there was nowhere else. So again, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no,
yeah,
you're good.
Go ahead, man.
And so this is the thing is that like Floor was well gone when I was doing this shit. And so like Shitstorm is a good example of another like really good power violence like Grind.
I think I've heard them.
No, those are fucking fantastic.
Gotta send me some links.
You know, Caveman Cult.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so drummer of Caveman Cult is also in. He's the drummer of Shitstorm.
That makes sense then.
Yeah. And also, like I said, South Florida. So South Florida does everything better. They do it everything heavier, and it's always gnarly. so
absolutely.
So he plays in that band. There's a few that those, and he's kind of been like one of the mainstays down there. So they're definitely a standout. As far as like Florida sounds, it always seems like there's like this kind of washy, loose, kind of no genre specific sound. And so for me personally, for God Harvest especially, I really wanted to harness something. And so the stuff that I really wanted to do with it was I was very into like a Drop Dead and your Crossed Out, Fear of God, fucking I mean there's a fuckload, but Apartment 2 and 3, there was these things, and Assuck and like there's the grind elements that like when I first got into grind. Do you recall there was a relapse band called Bodies in the Gears of the Apparatus? No.
I really never paid attention to Relapse, dude, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean,
so here's the
later on maybe, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
They moved down from, I think they were from Boston. They moved down from like Massachusetts area and moved down here, and my old touring band back in like 2005, 2003, Now Soldiers, it was like a melodic hardcore thing. That band became really good friends with them. Like we played the tsunami that hit and killed the dude in Nazem. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah, that was horrible. Yep.
Yeah. So that year we played a festival thing. I guess you can call it a festival. And it was a benefit show for those flood victims. And Bodies moved down that year. Bodies played that show and then played a Nazem song at that show.
Oh, wow.
And dude, cool. I'm not going to fucking pretend that is the moment that it was like, oh my God, what's a Nazem? You know what I mean? Like kind of you know? And it just opened up a whole nother world for me. It's where I am now. You know, I love Nazem. They were a big one for me. Not all of their stuff makes it in there, but like I really, really love that band. But it's also for nostalgia points too.
Yeah.
But that was an entry point for me, and I sort of got in with friends with them and all this stuff, and we actually ended up sharing a space, and we were sharing a space with them at some point, and I even had like a half-assed like Origin worship death metal band with the drum. Like it was just one of those things or whatever. So so it's just one of those things where like you sort of get to know people that actually are closer to what your taste is, and that was kind of like the first taste for me. I was like, oh my god, there's something heavier than I've ever heard.
Yeah.
You know, so they showed me a lot of stuff, which was really great. There was crust elements brought into all that stuff. So D beat and getting into Japanese hardcore and Swedish hardcore and Finnish hardcore, you start realizing that there's a lot of this shit that kicks ass.
Let's tie this in, actually. I'm going to skip ahead. I actually was going to play this later, but let's skip ahead and talk about a little bit of the grindy power violence stuff that we were talking about, because I told you to make a list about your influences. And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit and play one of the best recordings, in my opinion, ever in music. This recording makes me want to just fucking, like Sean from Malfunction and Gasp, the original bass player, he used to say, this recording makes me want to mass murder people. So this is the crossed out side of the Man is the Bastard split. And you got to love Man is the Bastard or whatnot, and they were fucking great back then, but crossed out was second to none, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But here's some crossed out for everybody.
Fuck yeah.
The only good human is a dead human.
He's dead.
Good.
Dude, love that shit. So good. God
You
damn it.
fucking metal motherfuckers. You go listen to that shit, man. Me and Austin know where hey, these two fucking bald ass fucking white dudes know what the fuck we're talking about here, man.
Short hair,
right.
death metal, short hair forever.
We need to fucking make fucking shirt or like sticker designs of us going like that.
I took it when who was it? I think it was you know what it was? It was Pete from Druid Lord, who was also bald, and then
Pete, dude, I love Druid Lord, dude.
Yeah, dude, me too. I love that band. They're
Oh.
friends now, but they are also like an incredibly good band.
Let me that reminds me, talking about Florida friends, I got pictures here, Roka. Go ahead.
No, you're good, man. We took a funny picture when we played with we played a really great tour. It was probably, in my opinion, the best tour that came through, but it was Torture Rack and JD.
Oh, you gotta love Torture Rack.
Yeah. Yes. It's a short-haired death metal thing. That's Mike and
Mike Colby, my boy, right here.
Anthony.
I'm gonna text him right now, see if he's watching. And
it's
then we
short-haired death metal, dude.
We got Metal Miners, our boy.
Yep, Anthony from Metal Miners. What up, Anthony?
Our boy. Dude. That what's interesting, the YouTube community, when I started my channel, has been so fucking awesome and supportive, like even more than my own goddamn friends and family, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? So
yeah, man.
Anthony's one of the guys who's just like, he's so positive and fucking brutal and fucking killer and fucking supportive, and like
in real life, man. I text him, dude, we text back and forth.
Like, I love
he's a real guy.
He's just like, hey man, how you doing? We're fucking gonna watch some shit and fucking listen to some shit I just got right here. And I was like, dude, this is my guy. This is my guy right here, man. I can hang out with Anthony, barbecue, and fucking drink. And when you
think of Anthony, you are talking, or when you're talking about Anthony, you're talking about a person that does this solely because he enjoys
Cheers,
it.
Anthony.
Cheers, Anthony. This one goes out to you, buddy. Man. You're a great dude, and we love you.
And fucking plasmodulated and shit. My boy Mike.
Super, yeah, absolutely, man. Like super supportive and just a diehard, and he really is a fan. So it rules.
Yeah,
Anthony
sure,
fucking
man.
rules.
No, that's great to hear. What's up, Abyss Walker? I just wanted to go through the comments real quick.
Yeah, good, do it.
What's up, Abyss Walker? Yeah, Abyss Walker's like, yeah, we all love Torture Rack. It's like, fucking hey, dude.
Yeah, dude.
One of Portland's best bands, and really good guys too. Really good pals of mine, and they're connected with Dylan from Headsplit, and Dylan's like the mayor of Portland, for fuck's sake, these days.
I don't know if that's a good thing these days.
Oh well, you know what? You know what I say, man? It doesn't matter, man. Whatever's going on, climate-wise, politically, or have you, or
I just heard it's really rough. I just heard it's like bands can't go there without getting their shit stolen. You know,
whatever happens, crime, whatever, because we got it in LA too, man. Shit's happening.
Yeah,
but
shit.
You know what? It's all good. Shit happens in South Florida too, brother. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, if you're going and playing in Miami, dude, you got your someone holding hands with you, you know.
You know, I know. We'll talk about Despise You later. Those are my people, and they played Detroit, and they got their tires slashed, and that even happens to rock stars like that. Because I mean, Despise You's big time, dude, and they're like, they got their fucking not only their vehicle tires slashed, but the trailer too. All fucking like 19 tires or whatever the fuck it was. I don't know.
Holy
fuck.
I'm
over exaggerating, but. They fucking slashed all of them, dude, in the middle of fucking, Mad Maxville and shit. And it's like,
Jesus
and
Christ.
the Despise You cats are fucking rough and fucking ready, man. They're fucking hood motherfuckers like me and shit. And like, they're like, wow. They were shook too. Like, oh, fuck, dude, this is fucking wild. But anyways, yeah, dude, I love this picture.
I'm so glad he reached out, man. That rules. That picture rules.
I don't know if he's still on here. I know he checked in earlier, but
I know he's an early riser. He might be
the only dude I talked to is the almighty Mike, just Bay Area.
Oh, there he is.
What's up? Oh, there he is. Anthony, what's up, brother? But yeah, Abyss Walker is a fucking supporter of Welcome to Hell, man. Love you, brother. I know we
I wanted to go back to a comment I saw on my screen. I'm trying to see it over there, but Evan,
sure.
You're 100% right. BitGoda, Bodies in the Gears. They were really, really nasty stuff.
Hey man,
grinders, total
Evan,
grinders.
I want to talk about Hollis too. Rest in peace, Hollis, Louisiana, down in the south there. Power Violence hardcore dude. I met him when Gasp. We had that Athena and some of her friends did the Power Violence Fest in 2017, and it was kind of like a reunion for everybody. So Infest headlined, but we had Capitalist Casualties when both Mike and Sean were still alive. And dude, you would have loved it, Austin.
I would have died, man. Yeah.
Everybody came out. Like Newthcrush didn't play, but they were all there. Dystopia didn't play, but they were all there. And it was just like family reunion from like 1996, 97. And
such an incredibly diverse sounding genre. Like there's just no other genre that's like that. I don't know.
It was like Gasp and Crom headlined Friday, and then
Crom,
Saturday it was like Despise You, Infest, Capitalist Casualties, you know? And it was just so much fun, dude. It was monumental, man. I know a lot of kids formed bands that day.
Sick, dude.
Like that weekend, I know a lot of kids formed bands, you know? It's kind of like when Bolt Thrower came here with Autopsy and Benediction. We knew that there was a bunch of death metal bands that were being spawned that night because I remember talking to my buddy, Mr. Ryan Butler from Unruh and Landmine Marathon. He was at the show, and we were joking about that. Like, dude, there's a lot of death metal bands that are going to be spawned at this fucking particular day because this is monumental shit, right? These legendary shows like that, like you guys have in Tampa, we have in LA,
sure,
Chicago, you know, whatever, even in the small towns, man. But Evan, I remember Evan talking about Hollis a little bit, and we're talking about like the hardcore scene. That just reminded me, man. So I know Evan was tight with Hollis too, man. So rest in peace, Hollis, real quick. Evan, man, thank you, man. But I'm trying to catch up with the comments here.
No, you're good, dude. No, it's good. This is the best part about the live thing, man. I tell Roy
man,
all the time.
I'm glad we finally fucking figured out the kinks and fucking
man.
Everybody's
always worth it,
killing, dude. Fucking
nothing but friends in there right now. It's good.
So it's fucking great. So let's see. We'll start getting into your lists a little bit here. Let's do that. Because you and I can talk all fucking night, bro.
All day, dude. All night.
We started with the Crossed Out, but let's get into a little bit of the next video.
Is it Swedish?
I think
Swedish, yeah.
I think it's something else.
Ooh. Oh. Yes, sir.
Dude.
Fucking yes, sir.
Oh wait, sorry. Let me fucking. What the fuck is going on around my layout?
Just blow me up, dude. Blow me up, dude. Is that enough shit?
There we go.
Yeah.
No, who cares?
I'll take it all, sir.
You got the Estetsis Fell. Is that an OG?
No. I don't buy OGs, dude. I don't have that kind of cash. No way.
No, dude, that was fucking crazy. Like back in the day when I first, when you got AIDS, I'm positive, and you're walking around the fucking city streets and people are fucking freaking out. Like, dude, I listened to those lyrics as a kid. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on around here? I'm used to fucking people like dismembering bodies and, having sex with corpses and shit like that. So when I heard Fear of God, I was like, what the fuck?
It's some menacing shit. It's fucking terrifying.
But yeah, talk about Fear of God, man, a little bit.
Oh, dude, so they are a band that I don't even recall how I found them. I don't remember if it was just reading or just kind of like, whatever. And I had found As Statues Fall, and I was just like, there's obviously just, it's chaos, but also there's something about the raw stuff. I was probably trying to find something really raw, trying to find something that was like just like harnessing that, but there was somehow in all of that madness, they still managed to put songs, like there's little things in each of those crazy parts. There's little things in, some of the shit will be like absolute wall of chaos, and then at the end it'll be like and it's just like this weird, and I was like, damn it, dude, this is like so fucking insane. And then I was talking to the old singer of Big Rats, my buddy Eddie, and I was talking to him and I was like, dude, Fear of God fucking rules. He's like, yeah, they were like the European siege. And I was like, as soon as he said that, it just clicked. I was like, yes, they were like a weird European siege. And so I was like, this is why I like it. I just immediately something clicked, and that was like, whatever. Then later on, as the internet was being a thing, and like you can get on Instagram and all this stuff, I actually became like, I wouldn't call us friends, but I wouldn't call us strangers either. But I became acquainted with Eric, the singer, and we started becoming friendly on the internet, and we traded pictures of our kids, and we said hey to each other. And at some point, my dumb ass on the internet, I always post dumb jokes, and I'll post a picture of my front yard or my backyard, and I always put front yard in, backyard in. Some people think it's funny. I just fucking do it because I'm bored. But he actually started doing it, and it was hysterical to me. I never, like, his impact on me was, hey, your fucking records are incredible. My impact on him was, I'm gonna take a dumb picture and put backyard in. It was his like backyard was the fucking the Swiss Alps or wherever the fuck he is. So it was pretty cool, and becoming acquainted with him was really fucking special. He dipped off the internet after a while. Like, I don't know what happened. He's a pretty political guy, so he was on the internet to kind of shit on Trump, I think is what it was. Trump got unelected, he got out, and then I think he got back in so he can shit post more stuff again. So I think he might be back involved and all that stuff. So I saw his music blog was back up, which was called Bad Music for Bad People, I think is what it's called, and it's a .com, so he has like a full website. I don't know if you've seen it. It's awesome. But his website is active again. It just posted again, and I was like, oh fuck. I was like, this guy's back. So I'm trying to like get a hold of him again. I know Franny from the whatever his show is called, Jamming Out, he had interviewed him. So I'm like really tempted to reach out and be like, I want some sort of contact for him. I lost my contact with him. So I sent him an email a while back through the website just to see if I can spawn some sort of connection again and whatever. And then I found out through that interview that he was part of like the Morbid Angel release, the early days of like the demo.
Yeah.
And all this stuff, like, dude, incredible. I was like, I didn't fucking know that. I'm not that guy. I'm not really that guy. So I mean, like, I'm sitting here talking to this guy. He's posting dumb pictures on the internet like I am, and we talk about our kids, and that's pretty much it. And then, like, you know, it just sort of happens to be a thing. So I consider that to be a highlight to me. But amazing band. Amazing band. I love them.
Yeah, he rags on death metal, but yet he's you know,
putting out one of the most important things ever.
Live performances, he's wearing a Master shirt, he's wearing a fucking Morbid Angel shirt and shit like that. So no, he's tongue in cheek for sure. He's just a shit starter. I have a friend that worked with him for a while. Now they hate each other. I don't know what happened, but my old
I'm
friend,
sure he's an intense guy
anymore.
You know?
But there's a bunch of people that had interactions with Eric, and I never met him. Like I said, I was telling you through text, I wrote to Dave, the bass player, and he's the one that sent me that Statues Fell 7-inch. But it's fucking Fear of God fucking rules, man, for sure.
They're incredible band. Just like I got called out at a show one time because I had a Fear of God shirt on, and they're like, "Who the fuck wears Fear of God shirts?" And I was just like, "I don't know, fucking what?" I was like, "Who is shit?" I just yelled back. I yelled back at him. I go, "Who the fuck talks shit on Fear of God?" You know, like that kind of shit. You know,
they probably thought they probably thought it was the other band with Don Crosby or whatever, that weird album.
I don't know, but they were fucking wrong. That's all I know.
That's right. Don't be a fucking poser. Let's play some other quick shit real quick on this subject. And my buddy Dan from Ruin and Mind Rot's associated with this because he's good buddies with this singer that now lives out here.
In the morning, my forearms were bruised, and his chest was bruised, and blood was coming out of his mouth. He was hanging over the side of the bed, and I have no memory of beating him to death, but I must have. And that's when it all started again.
Children!
Hail for Christ! Fuck yeah.
Fucking
No,
duh.
it's kind of funny because, Black Army Jacket, Apartment 213, Discordance Access, a lot of the East Coast bands and Midwest bands, even Sieged from Canada. We always loved them, and we used to, Gasp, we used to book shows at PCH Club down in Wilmington, California, right outside. Anybody in the hood down here knows what's up. Hey, what's up, Brain Smasher? Fucking Brain Smasher.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. What's up, man?
He said, only 539 subscribers. This is bullshit, all caps.
This is bullshit.
My buddy Dan said, I know you can fix it, Mikey. He's talking about the fucking view that we got going on, probably because I was I was struggling. But
the top down one? Yeah.
No, just the fucking dual view here. Meat Man had to go, so he said, great show, I gotta go, gotta run, but fucking let's cheers Meat Man real quick, everybody. Meat Man. Death metal
shit post on the internet. Never thought I'd be for it. Cheers. Appreciate all the support, dude.
Awesome, dude. Fucking hilarious. But Dan just said fucking Apartment 213. Yeah, that's right. I was telling you, my buddy Jay plays drums for Apartment 213, so I just text him, hey, we're talking about you right now, or your band.
Nice.
It's just a singer out here
What
now.
A band. So goddamn heavy, dude.
So it's just the singer. So they're, the Cleveland Power Violence with that, like what remember the Hammers you were talking about? Like,
yeah.
You're gonna do the Hammers or whatever, and yeah, that's what they're known for. But I remember, I know there's that whole West Coast Power Violence theme going way back or whatnot, but to be honest with you, like all of us were just like, hey man, that's cool because we got fucking mad love. I mean, the fucking elite shit is coming out of the fucking West Coast and whatnot, and there's some badass bands, but that don't mean there ain't no badass bands coming out, because you had and that's what I'm trying to tell people, like Cattle Press, I Abhor Her, fucking Black Army Jacket, fucking Seized, Apartment 213, Asshole Parade, Floor. There was a lot of fucking shit. We were gigging with all these motherfuckers. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I want to raise a point that I want to ask you about and what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah.
Because I personally always see this name attributed to bands that I love. And this was a big band for me, but their earliest record was definitely what I consider like to be a Power Violence release. How about Sick of It All? Did you ever hear their first goddamn it was like, dude, it was quintessential, like short as fuck songs, back and forth parts, slow fast, and then go again. It was weird as fuck, but the New York hardcore scene had its own grip on that sound. Like it created a lot of that.
Yeah, you're talking about Blood, Sweat, and No Tears, right?
Yeah.
It's a great record. I mean,
there's some earliest.
It's New York hardcore for sure.
It's New York hardcore for sure. New York hardcore, because the New York scene had its own elements of Power Violence in it. It was weird that especially the earliest of Citizen's Arrest, whatever.
Well, that's the thing, is that when Gravehill played Maryland Death Fest in 2011, we played with Citizen's Arrest.
Yeah.
Citizen's Arrest played the same stage that so Gravehill opened, Citizen's Arrest played second, and then I think oh god, I can't even think of their name. They're like a gore grind band from the Czech Republic or whatever. They're badass.
Squash Bells?
No, it wasn't Squash Bells, but I'll think of their name in a second. I'm horrible with names.
Wojciech?
No, it wasn't Wojciech. Actually, I booked Wojciech. They were fucking great too.
They're a good band.
One of the venues I used to book. But anyways, Voivod headlined, and it was fucking. Oh no, I'm sorry, it wasn't Voivod. It was Corner. Voivod headlined the night before. Corner fucking headlined our night or whatever. It was Sunday night.
Weird. That's a wild show.
Oh yeah, no, Corner sucked too, by the way.
I keep hearing that. I don't know what the deal is.
They were great back in the day. They opened up for Creator and shit like that, but we'll get into that another time.
Yeah.
But anyways, Daryl, who was in Disma for a while, who's in Funebarum, He's the singer of Citizens Arrest too, and he also sang for Assuck when
Holy
Paul
shit.
left. And
I had no idea.
So, I talked to Daryl that day, and it was interesting because when Citizens Arrest played, Bastard Noise played the day before, but he dedicated a song to Eric Wood because Eric Wood, who is also a very controversial figure. I'm very cool with the guy, but whatever. But a lot of people fucking don't get along with that dude.
Yeah.
He is obviously very fucking deep rooted in fucking Southern California punk hardcore, right?
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for him, apparently Citizens Arrest wouldn't be doing what they're doing. So maybe they were influenced by West Coast fucking fastcore or something. I have no idea, because if you go back historically, to me, Sweden with like Asocial, Mob 47, they were like the first motherfuckers to start going really fast, right?
Yeah.
Really fucking fast.
Yeah, they were really fast. Yeah.
There was even Deep Wound, which
Deep Wound is fucking amazing.
Deep Wound was
Love Deep Wound.
I think they were fucking definitely in, we can fucking sit here just like the same thing that fucking people argue. Oh, did Chuck and Cam and Rick Ross start death metal? Or did Jeff Becerra start it? Or did Repulsion and Genocide start? Dude, we already fucking know. The real ones know that.
Yeah.
I think fucking fast fucking shit.
Yeah.
Was probably fucking started in Sweden and fucking made its way to America, and then fucking, after that or whatever. But yeah, dude, Eric Wood, fucking Citizens Arrest, there was that whole fucking crazy East Coast hardcore scene with like Citizens Arrest, Rorschach, fucking ABC No
Rorschach
Real,
was
all that
fucking
shit.
sick.
That's where Kevin Sharp and Brutal Truth and came from, and Nausea New York. All that shit came here too. And then when I was a kid, I was seeing all this stuff because they were touring here. Born Against, Rorschach, Nausea, and Dan can attest to this. Because Mind Rat was opening these shows. Well, my band Malfunction, I was still a little shit, dude. I wasn't ready to play in bands. I was just raging, fucking going to shows, Fucking going to fucking Mind Rat shows and shit like that is fucking badass, man. But hey, what's up, Carl? Fucking Carl's in the house.
Hey, Carl.
What's up, Carl?
What up, dude?
Fucking Roy's in the house too. What's up, brother? We got
Roy's in here?
We got Roy's up in here, man.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah.
All right, we're going to have to cheers him too. Cheers to Roy.
Let me get a... Here, I got to
get a beverage. Get a beverage.
I got to take a hydration break.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Hydration break then.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. We got to hey, us old guys, we can't be hungover tomorrow.
Yeah, dude, I'm straight edge. I'm 41. I'm drinking sweet tea and fucking getting diabetes. That's about it.
On that note, let's play some fucking songs, shall we? Because
fuck me up.
That's your classic fucking line. Well, you know what, dude? I had fucking issues with this because you said this is one of your favorite demos, but it's actually a fucking LP, Austin, or an EP.
I know.
It's not a fucking demo, dude.
I know. I get in trouble for this all the time.
This is your number one. But this is Austin's favorite demo track, apparently. Even though it's an EP, but here you go.
Even though it's an EP. It's forgivable.
We still love you, Austin. All right.
Ah! Listen.
Explain yourself.
All right, there's a lot to explain.
It's not a demo, but
it's not, and I get it. But those songs are important and critical to me, and I was like, there's only got to be one that's gonna sneak through. So
like, give me your fucking demo list, and number one is this fucking shit. God damn it.
Yeah.
They have demos, by the way.
I can't even like remotely come close to nailing down a number one. For the record, I was like, there's no fucking way. But I just want to put it out there that like Spring Recovery with a comp, right? This is like one of the most important. It's critical, and of the Finnish scene, there is no other band that had a bigger touch.
They obviously wrote songs for Austin Thomas.
They did.
They were way ahead of time. They were sitting there going, in Nokia, Finland, or I don't know.
Nokia, Austin Nokia.
Austin Nokia, that's your new nickname, by the way.
That I giggled at that, by the
way. They were sitting there going, "What are we gonna write for Austin? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's do it." So that's it.
Can we take this? Like, let's get into this just a little bit about Andromedus, right? They are all right. There's special bands to me, and then there's like, so you're like, all right, give me the twisting, weird, depravity that was Demolish. Give me the heavy demigod riffing and just unbelievably well put together songs, and then just make them pissed and put them together. And then there's no fucking way that anyone can tell me otherwise. They are my number one of all the death metal stuff out of Finland. There's so many tops, but that band as a whole created such a more important music to me. Like Demolish did something very specific, vocally very important to me as a singer. I heard that stuff and I was like, I want to emulate that. I want to do that shit. I heard like the twisting riffs and stuff, but then they were doing that, but it was like more, I don't know, it was different. And then you have like the ferocity and just the monstrousness of like Demigod, and that just like that heavy fucking lifting that's happening, and it's just so goddamn good, Mike. I don't know what to do with it, and so I have to accept it that it's the best of both worlds put into one band for me. And then like I saw the note in there, the Brain Smasher pointed out the lineage is insane.
Yeah. For sure.
So like it's just like like you got everything. What else do you need, dude?
I mean, you have the the Finnish death metal book, right?
I believe it or not, I don't.
Wow.
Out of all the things, I don't have.
Yeah,
I've already done so much research that I didn't think I really like needed it. I was like, what am I gonna read about? Like it's gonna be like masturbatory at that point.
Yeah, that sucks. I had an extra copy like over the pandemic, and I sold it to my buddy Stefan. What's up, Stefan? My German buddy. He's probably watching, but I sold it to him because I had an extra copy of my little distro I was doing. Oh,
nice.
Aaron has it. There you go. I'll sell it to you. Actually,
hey, Aaron, send it to me and I'll send you nudes.
There you go.
Or we can just do a thing where I stop sending you nudes. That would be also a thing. That's a form of payment as well.
Let's talk about another Finnish band real quick that obviously has influenced you. One of the best demos ever recorded, by the way. I did a Demo Stacks episode about this particular demo from Finland that has influenced Austin. So enjoy, motherfuckers. Fucking riffs.
Fucking days, boy. Goddamn right.
Yeah.
Goddamn right.
Very influential on your riff writing, I can see.
Dude, Funebre is unreal heavy, unreal guy. If they even remotely shine in our shit, that's cool as fuck. So, yeah.
It's
Incredibly
very
heavy.
controversial, though. What do you think between Cranial Torment versus Children of the Scorn?
I mean, I'll put this out there. Children of the Scorn is, I mean, it's a very different feel. So it's still really strong, though. So I don't know. They're just totally different categories to me. I kind of feel like anything kind of cleaned up and wearing a tuxedo versus, something that's like came out of a dumpster, that like pulling a body behind it probably is way cooler. So like, I don't know, man. Like I'm just kind of a sucker for the filthy shit. So like when they clean up and get all nice and stuff, I'm just like, all right, whatever. That's cool.
Well, we got my buddy Jeff Chapman from New Zealand in the house now. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, familiar. That's a familiar name. I've never talked to him.
We have Jeff Rules, dude. This is one of my good buddies. And then Sal from Splatteria's in the house, the legend himself. What's up?
Oh, shit.
What's up, SA?
That's sick, dude. Welcome.
He's a fucking sicko and a half.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Nah, fucking, let's keep it rolling a little bit, yeah? Unless you got some more to say about Funebre.
No, I mean, dude, they were just that, like, the demo was incredible. The Cranial Torment, incredible. It's some of, like, I put it on there with Crematory, with heaviness. Just like, it was just, there's some of them that just had a weight to them that the others just didn't.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so,
no,
like,
absolutely.
you know what I mean? It just had balls for days.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So,
there's something about Cranial Torment, like the way they recorded that. Like, they're a great band, but that first demo, like, holy shit, they really
it's just so heavy,
dialed in,
so heavy. Yeah, and it's weird when a band so early on just kind of
hits the peak.
Like just like like they're just like, hey, we're just gonna do something perfectly.
Yeah,
that's wild. That's really wild because a lot of people regard LPs as their shining achievement and stuff. Like, I love EPs. Obviously, it ended up on my first demo list. I'm an idiot, but the thing is that, like, EPs to me are just much more powerful, and it allows a step away from like control in the label support. It gives them a little bit of clout on their own to see what they would do on their own. And so EPs, I think, are more representative of the band doing whatever the fuck they want to.
Yeah.
And I that's why I always kind of lean towards EPs. A lot of my favorite stuff is actually EPs. But like Amorphous Privilege of Evil is like untouchable to me. That is like, that's the epitome. There's like upper echelons of heavy that just don't even come close. That's the darkest record, one of the darkest records ever created. Period. Yeah. It's evil as fuck. It's evil as fuck.
I still fucking blast it to this day. But let's get into some one of your favorite demos next on the list right here.
Oof. Is it weird that I don't even know what it is? Yes! Yes! Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This-
Yeah.
Yes, sir, dude.
Fucking.
One of one
There you
of one of the meanest fucking things ever created. Here's the thing. The newest Vacuous Depths song is inspired by the title track of this tape, and it's nowhere close to just how insanely heavy that fucking shit he hits. It's incredible how heavy that was so long ago that like fucking 40 years that goes by and I'm still barely holding on.
Let me tell you one story real quick, man. This is your fucking life, Austin. This is your day. Fuck everybody and fuck everything. This is the Austin Thomas show, and I don't want to fucking sit here and try to overshadow that shit. Let me just make that clear. But
you're good, dude.
This relates. When I was chatting with Will Romer over the phone back in the day, he straight up told me in that Yonkers accent, "Hey, have you heard that new fucking crematory demo?" And I was like, "No, I haven't heard it yet." "Oh, fucking that fucking shit's the heaviest fucking shit you're ever gonna hit." "Oh, well, fuck. I need the fucking copy of that. Let's fucking trade." "All right, fucking done deal." So yeah, we traded, and I ended up getting a copy from him and from fucking Wild Rags because Richard C was getting all the fucking demos too and shit. So yeah, no, fucking dude.
Incredible, dude.
That being said, fucking true story, fucking that crematory rules in general. The Exordium was fucking magnificent, obviously, but yeah, the fucking Wrath demo. I mean,
dude, incredible.
It just took it to another level, dude.
It's incredible, dude. Like, it's fun. It's like, it's sort of like, I don't know if you ever like skateboarded or like biked or anything like that when you were a kid. I was a BMX dude. I rode BMX.
I tried to fucking skateboard, but I was always awkward and fucking retarded. And then, I was definitely a street kid. And I BMX. We used to jump off of fucking houses and shit, but I was horrible at that too. So.
Fuck yeah. No, if you got from the top to the bottom, you did it good. You know.
I tried, man. I was ate shit and fucking got injured, and I was always in the ER and shit. I was a fucking psychopath kid.
Well, here's the thing. No, you're good. So, like, I kind of relate it to this. Like, when you would watch skate videos of pros.
For sure.
And you'd be like, how am I ever going to do anything remotely as cool as this? And then you would just like go skate and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to ollie this acorn or whatever. And then that was your X Games. You know what I mean? So like for me, I look at this as always just like, I listen for stuff that's really special in each song. And like, cause like when you get to a point when you're playing music and writing music, there's a point where you just stop kind of enjoying it. And you're just like a scientist. You're just taking everything apart. You're going, where did this come from? How did they make this? What is it made of? How did you get to this point? What were you listening to 10 years prior to this? What the fuck? What were you doing that made your fucking brain go, yeah, I'm gonna write the heaviest thing anyone's ever gonna hear for 40 years with a tape deck? You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah,
that's all. It's just so incredible, dude. So that's where I'm at. So then I look at that from that perspective. Like I don't try to meet it. I just try to be like, I hope I do it honor.
Well, the crematory guys are probably sitting there going, well, Nikkei Anderson and Fred Etzby are fucking pretty much fucking ruling fucking everything going on right now. And they're writing some fucking really good shit and Entombed to Dismember. So we gotta, and even before that, Nihilist and of course Carnage fucking ruled, and Grave and whatnot. So crematory, it was one of those things where they're just like, all right, we're from a different little area, but we gotta fucking write some shit to fucking compete with these fucking motherfuckers, dude. So
and they fucking did, dude.
So they did. But real quick before we get into the next video, Rain Smasher asked, speaking of Wild Rags, do you remember Darkness LA? Yes, sir. And a matter of fact,
I was listening to that. he
The
posted
Darkness,
something.
I have
Yeah.
a copy of the Darkness demo that I got from Rick from Sadistic Intent back in the day, and I'm going to do an episode about some LA death metal stuff eventually, but
Cool.
I'm too busy fucking trying to plan all this shit out because I got
It's a lot.
another. Oh, dude, you know, I got our chat today, obviously, that we're doing. I got next Saturday, I'm doing the tribute to Victor Garcia from Excruciating Terror. And
Wow, nice.
we're going to do that. I'm going to hopefully bring on some friends and whatnot. And then after that, I got some more live stream stuff. I got some fucking GPT, CPT fucking stuff that I fucking laughed at. Some AI stuff that I made playlist of that made some videos for me. I'm going to post that shit too. It's pretty funny. But anyways, I do.
That's cool.
Smasher, I do have an LA fucking show, and the Darkness LA is a very legendary band because that's the band that really influenced those kids from Sadistic Intent when they were coming up. I don't know if Rick and Bay are watching. I sent them links, and Enrique too. Those are my guys. But
one of the most important bands to ever exist.
Oh, absolutely, man. Sadistic fucking rules. You know, one of our beloved bands here in Los Angeles, man. We're so proud of those guys, and Lurking Terror too. Now that you know, 3 former members of Sadistic are fucking kicking ass and, you know, playing some festivals and putting shit out. I know Evan and some of you guys over there in Houston has seen Lurking Terror at the Destroying Texas Fest, and they kicked ass or whatever. But yeah, Sal too. Sal mentioned that if it wasn't for, you know, Richard C., that a lot of us fucking California motherfuckers would be total posers, and it's very true actually, because Richard C. from Wild Rags fucking turned us on to a lot of fucking crazy shit. He's always was a maniac like that. But we're gonna keep the fucking. This is something that might surprise some people, and it surprised me too, which is a very good demo and a very good band. Pentacle. So trip this and enjoy, people, and then we'll talk about it. That's so good.
Goddamn right. Are you kidding me?
Now,
Are you kidding?
let me critique something. Unfortunately, that's a great demo, and Juanes is a total maniac. And the goddamn Moonstorms fucking album, whatever the fuck that was called, fucking rules. Remember that?
Yep.
His vocals on that demo are fucking like, what the fuck? When I first heard that, I was like, dude, what is he doing?
Yeah.
No. It doesn't, dude. It's so fucking good, though. Fucking, what a great band. My buddy from Unholy Lust, Alvaro, went bankrupt bringing them out here because they're so cult. They did a tour out here, and they were so great, but he had to fly him out here, the whole fucking shebang, dude. He took out like 18 loans, and he was telling me about it one night. I was like, God damn. And he's all, I only did it because Juanes fucking rules. And he's so cool. And like, they're just such a great band. It had to happen. And I was like, man, that's fucking dedication right there. And of course, fucking like 13 people showed up to the fucking show because Pentacle's like super cult. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
It's just, that's the ultimate, like, that's an example of like an ultimate fucking rad, fucking amazing fucking band historically that
Never got the track.
No fucking love, dude.
Nope.
Like zero.
Can I know that you and I share some affiliation with Noxus Ruin that we have talking about.
The fucking the crew right there, man.
The crew, dude.
Fucking Death's finest.
So 6 months ago or so, Brian reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to contribute. And so I was like, I was pretty busy at the time, and I was like, let me think about it before I do anything. I always go head first into so everything I do. So I told him that I would contribute, and I haven't announced anything, so this is actually more formal than anything. So I am hi. News, you say? So go on. So I decided that he's like, you can do whatever you want, contribute however you want. I took some time to think about it, and I might have completed, and have already ready to go a 14-page interview with Wayne's.
Wow.
So I just want to put it out there. They are a massive band to me. And when I wrote to them, I reached out really clearly. I was like, listen, I'd really like to interview you. I want to do it a different way. And it's for this magazine, blah, blah, blah. They were on board. They are phenomenal people, just very nice dudes. Like you said, like every single thing that ever to be said about them is true. Like they are 100% stand-up dudes. But Wayne's and I talked, and however you pronounce his name, I just call him Wayne's.
Wayne's, whatever.
Juanes,
I don't think he cares.
Wayne's, yeah. He was incredibly gracious.
I don't think they care.
Yeah, and he was incredibly gracious and super fucking open about a lot of stuff, which is really cool. It's a very personal interview. So if you guys are on board and listening and into Noxus Ruin, the next issue is going to be featuring a very large interview with the singer and bass player and drummer, actually, of the band. So I'm really excited about that. I haven't told anyone.
That's crazy, man, because the watchers and the listeners of Welcome to Hell channel are definitely Noxus Ruin people, because I'm a Noxus Ruin guy, so are you.
Yep.
And not only do we contribute, but we love those motherfuckers. And because
they do great
they're
work.
just like us, because they're just underground scumbags, and that's all there needs to be said. And there couldn't be anybody more perfect, because your demo list was interesting, and the fact that Pentacle was on there out of nowhere fucking struck me as really that this was a talking point today, and that's why I wanted to discuss this. So it's cool that I was going to at
I'm glad
first
you brought that up.
no, because at first I could have very easily fucking picked like one of the other bands that I love on the demo list that's more legendary or whatever, whether it was Carnage or whatever else, right? Which you should have picked Dayman Lost, but you picked Infestation of Evil. But I'll let you fucking slide with that. But
Which one's the EP? I want that one on there.
no, Infestation of Evil fucking rules too, by the way. Dude, you can't go wrong with the Carnage demos. But anyways.
That is like one of the heaviest demos of all time.
But yeah, the Pinnacle demo kind of fucking showed up out of nowhere. And it was always like one of those fucking things when they played here, just like when Undergang first played here, there was like 2 people there. When Pinnacle played here, there was like 13 people there. And it was just like so fucking disappointing. But it's almost like in big cities, a lot of times when these fucking really fucking fantastic fucking killer underground
it gets overshadowed.
Play, you know, if they don't catch fire for whatever reason, obviously Underground catch fire, you know, they caught fire.
They worked hard. They definitely worked hard for it. But yeah,
you know, Pinnacle should have, because they're underappreciated, and
very much so.
They fucking rule.
They are absolutely a crucial band that I saw. I think it was Evan was bringing, like, kind of chiming in the chats and stuff.
Yeah,
and it's like it's not even that they're underrated, it's that they're just completely missing from the dialogue. I don't really understand it either. Like, it's not like they don't have material. It's not, you know what I mean? It's like they have tons of music out and it's all really solid. Like all of it's fucking good. Like I basically yelled at Wayne's or whatever I was like, listen, like your band's so good it's annoying. Do you think you can fuck off already and let other people write good music? Because like, what the fuck, dude? You know, like I was like, I love your band, man. It's like no one. I don't get it. Like it just doesn't click with people. I don't know what it is, but it's like, dude, what a great band. I don't know.
Coming out in the next issue of Noxious Ruin. Then you got the interview. Okay, so I'm going to be in there too with my article.
I'll give you a lead on it. I'll share you the text so you can read it.
So everybody listening right now, you're going to want to get a pet. You know, fucking. I know you're a bunch of mutants and you love taking a dump and fucking holding a magazine in your hand because we're that generation, right? And even the young kids that I talk to, it's not the same. You know, sometimes they have their phone and it's just not the same. Sometimes you need a good magazine, a full-size magazine with a bunch of tits and gore and fucking death metal and shit like that. And that's what Noxious Ruin represents. And both Austin and I write for Noxious Ruin. And I do the serial killer stuff and Austin does death metal stuff. So, yeah. Say hi. We're Noxious Ruin writers. You know, I mean, that's our claim to fame. I mean, not even Vacuous Depths and Welcome to Hell Channel or Ruin.
Yep, no affiliation. I've actually,
we're writers for Noxious Ruin. That's our claim to fame. So
and another really big thing that we touched on in the article was like their art is always really stand out and very unique to death metal in general. They have an all around thing, but like the art was part of it too, and that's the reason why Noxious Ruin to me is very cool, because I've always put so much of an emphasis on art that it's really critical for me as a musician. Like I always joke around that it's like a 49-51 situation. Like I'm a 49% musician, but I really just want to talk to the artist.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just want to mention that Sal from Splatteria just took a big cocaine and beard dump live as we speak. Let me just disclose a funny conversation I had involving Pentacle.
Cool.
This was a few years ago, and there happened to be like one of those, there's a lot of like new wave of heavy metal bands or whatever that suddenly they discover Cirith Ungol or whatever old heavy metal bands or whatever. So Anyways, there was an old heavy metal band, and I think it might have even been Cirith Uncle that was playing. And Pentacle happened to be playing that same night. And I get online on the Facebooks, and I see some of my acquaintances arguing about this. Fucking, what show are they going to go to, right? So the true metal people that are into early Queensryche and, fucking Jagdpanzer and stuff like that, which is great. Don't get me wrong. They're going to go to this traditional heavy metal show, and the other people are going to go to the Pentacle show. And there was this argument that ensued, and the vitriol and the poserness that fucking took place. I was laughing my ass off because those who don't attend are going to pose. Don't go to that death metal show. And the next thing you know, there was people saying, they're not that type of death metal that you think of. They're not Disgorged from San Diego. They're Pentacle from Europe, and they sound like Celtic Frost. So, yeah. They fucking had a death feud. Now, this was like in the mid-2000s, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
If this happened these days, there would have been a fucking absolute riot because everything's so fucking, everybody is so fucking.
Everyone's got their tribes and shit.
They would have had each other's throats. There might have been a fucking brutal gang war over this fucking very Pentacle versus whatever new wave of heavy metal band that was playing that night in Los Angeles. Which show are you going to go to? And if you're going to go to the Pentacle show, you're going to fucking die. I'm going to fucking slit your fucking throat. If you go to the fucking, bitches
no pressure
or whatever the fuck that was, I'm going to fucking slit your fucking throat and you're going to fucking die.
No pressure, dude. No pressure. You choose.
No pressure. Fucking choose your fucking side right fucking now. This was comedic shit to me. I'm just sitting here watching this shit. And, fucking,
dude,
that's
incredible.
That's where we're at, unfortunately. But Pentacle fucking rules. And let me go grab.
I think another one that I think I added one at the end that you might have noticed or not noticed, but I had to at least put it on there. It's probably the last one on that demo list, but it's the only one I don't own. I think of maybe a couple others, but yeah,
I wonder the ones that you grabbed. I want to, that was the interesting one. I wanted to kind of end the demo list with. I wanted to grab the album stuff real quick and fucking play a track. Unless you had something else to add.
No, you're good. We did the Pentacle thing, and it gave me a chance.
We're gonna start with this.
Pump the
I'm
interview.
gonna tell you a fucking really cool fucking story after we're done, but we're gonna play some Death Strike.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Fucking fuck me up, dude.
Now, before we begin, I wanted to tie this back to the demos real quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt this broadcast just to fucking tell a cool story because, again, this is your life, Austin Thomas, not mine. But who loves you, baby? And I got to fucking connect this.
You tell I came on for stories. Fuck you.
We could sit here and tell fucking stories all night, man, but I brought you on here because I love you and we became friends and I'm interested in your goddamn life, brother. And that's all that matters on this, and that's what we're fucking doing. But I'm gonna fucking interject here and there, and again, I apologize, but
can I nerd out for 1 second?
Yeah.
I just want to can you put a full screen or whatever? I just wanted to see where it's at. I have so much Speckman shit that I love. This is one of my favorites. Little funeral bitch. And then obviously this is my second version of this. And then you have to also have its brother. So you just need all of the same shit. That's all I want to say. That's I have a bad problem with him. I love him. So that's all. All right, tell me your story. I want to hear it.
Oh, for sure. Real quick before we get into we're gonna backtrack for a second, but for real quick, when Grave Hill was touring the United States back in 2010, we stayed with Scott from Cyanide. Fucking Scott fucking rules, and all the Cyanide guys came to our show in Chicago, and that meant a lot. Because that's royalty right there for Chicago.
I mean, beyond. Yeah, absolutely.
For sure, because they're the ultimate to us, And especially to me, I'm a big fucking heavy death guy, and I've been following that band forever, just like you have, right? So, we got to stay with Scott, and fucking amazing fucking dude. And the Scott is literally like anybody that is watching or listening right now. He's the best, coolest fucking asshole of all time because he will fucking bust your balls and fuck with you, but he is fucking down as a motherfucker, dude. He's one of the only motherfuckers that's tried to wake me up when I'm fucking drunk and I haven't punched out. He's come in there and fuck with me, and I was, fucking Scott. And he's just... One of the funniest fucking stories is when Grave Hill and Cyanide, we played together at 2011 Maryland Death Fest. And this is before Ghost got fucking huge.
Yep.
They headlined Sunday night. Well, I ended up on a fucking, I didn't even want to watch Ghost because they fucking closed Sunday night. I didn't give a fuck, but everybody was fascinated with that band in the underground that wanted to see them.
Yeah, their first LP was tolerable to me, but I didn't do anything after that.
They were a phenomenon, whatever. But I ended up in this back area, fucking like on the side stage where the bands were. We had passes to fucking do this and that, right? Ghost was playing, and I was watching them, and I was like, all right, well, it's not my thing or whatever. So I start leaving. Scott from fucking Cyanide gets me in a headlock, fucking drunk as fuck. Fucking just fucking starts getting in my ear, to the death, brother, to the death. And then he fucking points at the fucking stage when Ghost is playing. Look at that fucking clown. What a fucking poser. What a fucking poser. Fuck that guy. To the death, brother. To the death. And he's getting me in a chest lock, and I'm laughing, dude. I'm a big fucking guy. Scott's fucking pretty skinny. Yeah. But he's fucking strong, dude, and he's got me pretty good, dude. I'm just laughing my ass off, dude. I can't help but laugh. I was like, fucking Scott. I can't fucking help but hug him. I fucking love you, dude.
Look at that clown.
He kissed his fucking cheek, and fucking, he's drunk and fucking, he just fucking headbutts me. He's fucking ready to go, dude. He's ready to fucking, he's Chicago style right there at that point. I fucking love Scott, man. I mean, that's our fucking relationship, man. I'm gonna fucking headbutt him. I was like, dude, I gotta get back to the hotel right now, brother. I don't have time for this, and I fucking can't stand that fucking shit. But that's one of my fucking hilarious memories about cyanide. And fucking so,
That's awesome.
But
that's awesome.
That being said, you know, fucking I forget exactly what we were fucking getting at. Fucking with
no, you Deathstrike and
the Deathstrike stuff. Oh yeah, thank you.
You're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
zoning out over here. So we're staying at Scott's house on the tour, and I forget if it was a night off or was in the middle of the tour. But either way, we're fucking staying at Scott's house, and he lives in the fucking south side of Chicago with the fucking tram right there and shit like that.
Oh wow.
In the middle of the fucking city and shit. So he's a South Sider. And he busts out a fucking legit OG Deathstrike demo fucking copy from Speckman that he got when he was a kid. And he puts it on a fucking little jukebox, little ghetto blaster tape player. You know, fucking, hey man, you ever heard this shit? And I was like, wait a minute, let me see that shit. And he showed, yeah, that's from fucking Speckman. I'm listening to I'm looking at history. You know, because I mean, death metal history, yeah, I got a lot of it after a certain time or whatever. But like I stated, like in the fucking videos that I do on my channel, like all my Repulsion, Genocide, Death, fucking Slaughter, fucking all that shit's all fucking bootlegs, dude. I was fucking too young for that shit. So I'm sitting here, and that includes Deathstrike and Master and all that. The Master demo came out like the next year or whatever. So I'm sitting here and fucking holding an original fucking copy, dude. And Matt Harvey was in Grayville at the time too. And Matt comes over and I'm all, dude, this is the Deathstrike demo. And Matt is another, you know, he's a fucking fan too.
Huge collector, dude.
For sure. That's my guy, you know. I just text him right now. He might be watching right now. I don't know. But he said the same thing I did. Dude, this is fucking historic, dude. Wow.
Yeah.
And Scott's just like, fucking assholes, fucking hurry up. And, give me that shit. And he fucking put it on. And I'm just like, holy shit. And he puts it on. Fucking, dude, Deathstrike demo, OG copy on the Ghetto Blaster at fucking Scott from Cyanide's house in Southside Chicago. I mean, you can't get any better than that, right?
I mean, that's a pretty solid thing there.
I mean, that mentally made me want to get Ruin back up and going again because I was like, I love Grayville and everything, but it was like, man, I need to do some heavy duty shit right now because, god damn, this is fucking brutal, man.
I've joked around, not joked around, but I've always said that I wanted to do a Deathstrike cover, and it just doesn't. I don't know if it just doesn't click with absolutely everyone in the band or whatever. But me and my bassist want to do it, and I was like, he goes, "What song do you want to do?" And I go, I mean, honestly, I want to do Pervert. And he was just like, he's like, really? I go, yeah. I was like, it's so weird and so weird. It's twisting and it's got weird things. It speeds up and slows down. It has all these weird things. I was like, it's gonna be impossible to fucking do a cover. I'm not doing it. You know, but like, I've always wanted to cover Pervert. So
that's
man.
Hey, fucking, I gotta say hi to my buddy Alan. What's up, Alan? Fucking, he's a truck driver out there heading out into the fucking wilderness and shit. The Swine Brothers, fucking Elliot's on fucking point right now. What's up, brother? It's all good, man. We're playing a little bit. Brain Smasher's still here. Saw you guys and with Golgotha. Bob Kelly said Master. Because Master's doing a tour, man. Speckman hit that shit up. So that's a really
cool tour. You see that as a Sinister.
Yeah, for sure.
And fucking them, and then
Pig's Blood or something like that.
Pig's Blood. That's the other band. Yeah, it's a pretty cool fucking tour. I was a little pissed that it's not coming this way. I saw fucking Evan was bragging about that it was going to be in his town. I was like, well, fuck you too, buddy.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's sick, dude.
Let's get into the next one real quick, so we can.
I'm so pumped you picked some of these because I was like, fuck, I don't even know I didn't know.
Well, I mean, I picked the fucking top couple, 2, 3, like I said. So, here, check this out. We were just talking about them.
Oh. Yes, motherfucker. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Dude, they
Fuck yeah,
sounded
dude.
just like that live.
Oh,
I was showing you the fly earlier. The fucking they were incredible.
goddamn band is perfect. I want to send a quick shout out. Can I send a quick shout out?
You can do whatever you want. It's your show, brother.
All right. You know John Grave? Because John Grave's the
Yeah.
fucking tits.
Fucking
So-
John, what's up, baby?
He is one of my favorite guys I
Of
have
course,
met
we
doing
all
all
love
of this. And he does these random things. He's very generous. And like I'm not one to ask for anything.
He's
and I never
one of the
did.
greats, dude.
It's kind of fucking crazy. I don't
Totally.
understand how he does it.
I see it. I see it.
And he sent me a gift one time that I still have yet to figure out how to fucking even come close to repaying him.
Yeah,
and-
don't bother, dude.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying, dude. I don't even know what to do with him. I don't know. I don't know. So so I got a package in the mail. It just said, I actually saw it the other day. I had the slip come out of it. It just said, "I heard you like finished death metal." That was what was written on the actual the packaging. So I open it up and I untape it and unwrap it because he's wrapped it like a gift because he's a fucking genius. And inside was this, which I thought was really fucking cool. It's the Convulsed Live shit.
Live, baby.
And he's like, this was just like a random thing he kind of threw in for me because he knows, one, that Convulsed is actually the reason I started this band. So Vacuous Depths would not exist without Convulsed. World Without God literally created it all for me. I was just like, here's the fucking shit. This is it. This is how I'm gonna like kind of move forward. This is it, right? And so, but inside that other package was this fucking thing. So this is actually my favorite. This doesn't fall into the category of an EP. I guess it falls into an EP, but I don't buy 7 inches, and he knows this. So this motherfucker sends me my favorite record in Finnish history. And out of nowhere, just for fucking whatever. So, how do you feel about this? So this is Anguish, Ground
Yeah.
Absorbs. This
Yeah.
is, I never thought that, I was like, oh, I'll wait for
Is
someone
that
to refresh.
OG? Is that an
Yes,
OG
yes,
copy?
it's a real
Because
copy.
like John's known for doing that. He'll send like legitimate original fucking copies, and I don't know if
Big-
he's getting them
big
from
hole.
fucking eBay. I doubt it because John
I don't-
is old
I don't know,
school,
man.
and
But he
Yeah.
just sent me this as a gift, and I was like floored, dude. I was like to tears, dude.
well,
This is my favorite release, and I was just never gonna own it on 7. So I was just like, I'm never.
yeah,
and
dude. John
So
is
just
one of the
so cool. I
greatest-
wanted to send it a shout out because we were
Yeah, yeah.
talking about it. So
Nah, we'll give John some love right now because he is literally one of the greatest
Yeah.
fucking underground mutants that we have these days. Mutant in a good way, obviously.
yeah, dude.
He is legit, and he is a fucking underground freak lover motherfucker. And
Yeah.
no, we
Yeah.
appreciate him because he is just fucking bout it, you know,
Yeah.
fucking literally.
Supportive to the nth degree, and
For
even
sure.
just like he finds out you're a fan, and then
For
he makes you
sure.
an even bigger fan.
No, it's like
somehow, like it's like crazy. I don't
Yeah.
understand it.
no, he's a rare gem of a human that like just
Yeah.
finds out stuff about people that he ends up connecting with, and then next thing you know, bam, 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 bam.
Yeah,
And,
I met him in person here in Tampa
Yeah, yeah.
for one of those death incarnate bands, and he was here to see that, and I
Nice.
met him, and I it was just a completely random thing, and I had no idea that the person I was meeting was related to his like Instagram page. I just knew him from like, oh, this is John, and I'm like, oh, hey John, what's up? And then like I didn't know for like a year and a half that like I met this guy who runs this page but I had already been following him, drooling all over his shit. You know what I mean? I had no idea the connection, and then I was just like, "Wait, he's Death Compendium?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh my god!" No, I was like, "Oh my god!" All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, just wanted to put that out there because it was definitely like a real thing.
Nah, for sure,
So,
man. Fucking.
Yeah.
Who am I? I'm trying to catch up with the comments here. Amazing archive. Crawling and vomits. What up, Mike? Is that you, Sasha? What's up, brother? I think that's you, man. I love you, baby. What's up, Depraver? Fucking that's family right there. SoCal family and shit. Let's jump into the next video so we can discuss
Yes.
after we just discussed Death Strike and Convulse. This is an interesting one because there was this massive band that was spawned after this that is like touring with Metallica and shit like that. But this demo is sick.
Fuck.
Oh.
Fuck.
I had forgotten about that band. It's kind of funny. Fucking, I actually have that fucking demo. They sent it to fucking the fanzine, dude.
So I actually did an interview podcast thing with the guys over at Bunsen Burner Podcast, or the Bunsen Burner Recordings, I think is what they call it. And each time you go on there, you feature one. It's like you pick one record to feature, and that one was one of my picks. It's just one of the heaviest records of all time. Like there's Demigod, Slumber, and then that's like it's like Dane Friend. Like there's they're so
Well,
colossally heavy, you know, like it's just there's riffs, there's catchy fucking parts, there's these enormously heavy riffs that are just like I was moshing so fucking hard during that song you just played. Just on my own. I'm just over here like fucking hitting shit, fake shit.
Yeah.
I'm like punching walls. That shit slams.
Let's not forget Realm of Chaos. First of all, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Album wise, no, but Dominus is definitely and especially laughable is what they became, and people are unaware.
Yeah.
Of it, right?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
the funniest fucking thing is I'm at my part-time job at one point, and my boss, Todd, is the quintessential Newport Beach bro, nice guy, yet kind of, quasi hipster dude. The guy ruled. And I was just talking about him the other day. He showed up to a Grave Hill show with one of the craziest females I think I've ever met in my life. And she was this Vietnamese chick that had double D's and a big butt, but slim, tattooed as fuck, gangster as fuck. In Orange County, we have Vietnamese gangs. She was a Vietnamese gangster chick. And
what the fuck?
She was hanging out with Todd, who owned Boss Printing. He still does. Good friend of mine. But I'd work there periodically. And me and Rob from Grave Hill were happened to be backstage one night, and Todd brings her back there, and she's just going off. But it was just really funny that, it was just, what the fuck? What are we fucking, we're just fucking having a fucking great time or whatever. And she is just fucking crazy as shit. And we're just like fucking laughing, like, oh, fuck, no big deal. But that just fucking goes to show you, fucking the neighborhood fucking gets crazy fucking here and there,
Well, was there some sort of a connection? I feel like I missed something. Was there some like from the Dominus thing because of the fucking gangsters or what the what do they call that shit? Yeah,
dude, I'm fucking spacing out here. That's
no, you're good. No. It was what did they create? There was some fucking bullshit they did. It was
That's why I was spacing out because Todd Todd and that girl were huge. They were coming from a Volbeat concert.
Volbeat. There you go. There's the shit. Yeah.
So I'm sitting here spacing out. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I feel like that's where you were going because you mentioned Metallica, and I was like, oh yeah, they did all kinds of dumb shit after this. Yeah.
I'm drinking some fucking some.
You're getting loose. You're all good, dude. I just know you're good. I was like, did I feel like I missed something? Maybe a glitch.
I got lost in the woods there for a second, but I
You were thinking about asses and Vietnamese gangsters.
Oh my god, she was fucking hot as fuck,
I'm sure, dude. Fuck yeah.
Rob and I were fucking laughing and shit, but yeah. So they were coming from a Volbeat concert, coming to a Grave Hill fucking show after that or whatever. Because at that point, dude, I think Volbeat was opening for Metallica. That's why they showed up. Okay, so Volbeat, and then fuck Metallica, and they came to fucking see Grave Hill open for, I don't know, whoever the fuck it was at that point. We were opening fucking shows at that point, but that's what's so funny. A lot of people don't realize fucking Dominus is the original fucking Volbeat.
Yeah, like it's crazy to me that that's a real ass thing, because obviously, like, they're high up on my fucking list, dude. Like, there's a lot of heavy shit in this world.
As fuck, dude.
That record's incredibly heavy, dude. Incredibly
for
heavy.
Sure.
I don't know who is going to be the person that goes broke reissuing it, but I'm going to buy all of them.
Right.
So I'm gonna I might do it myself. I might just put that shit out myself.
I like fucking Baphometic Pennypecker. I thought Mike was having a stroke there for a second.
Yeah.
You and me both, brother. Dude, I got lost, man. I got lost for a second.
I just kept picturing, as you were talking, I just kept picturing boobs just getting closer to your face, and you're just like, yeah, so there was this hot chick there, and
My bad.
it was pretty cool.
Dude, I got straight up lost in time because
You're good, dude. No, we're doing great.
Smoking, you know, and Todd was fucking tripping, and they were coming from fucking crazy shit or whatever. They ended up backstage. The funny thing too is that I think she ended up fucking going to prison at one point because she fucking had all kinds of craziness going on or whatever, and then he had to move on. It's too bad, you know. But you know,
that is really too bad. That is
right. So let me see.
That's fucking funny.
We're approaching 4 hours, brother. We gotta wind this shit down. But
yeah, I guess so. Whatever you gotta do, dude. I'm all in.
Just fucking. I don't give a fuck. I was surprised at the fucking Incubus though.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Here's what you need to know about that record to me. All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
I will never own a copy of that record that has opprobrium written on it. I will only own an original copy of that. I don't care how much. I gotta find it. It's gonna be as
Yeah.
close to zero as possible. Jesus Christ. What a perfect record, dude. It was so good.
Yeah.
It was a great death thrash record, and like 1990 was perfect year, like perfect release. It's basically like Morbid Angel, Florida feels like all over it, but it's like better for some reason. I don't know. I fucking love that record. And
Well,
you know, it's up there for me.
yeah. Let's hold on 1 second here. I played some shit real quick. We're approaching the end of the fucking hangout here. But I wanted to fucking touch on some fucking other stuff. We covered the fucking the top releases, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's start with the demos.
Yes.
So, you know, I mean, there's some stuff on here.
There
I mean,
is.
you got Cyanide, Agonize, Corpse Molestation, you know.
Yep.
It was cool fucking seeing Phlegathon on there because
Yeah. Big
I
one for
remember
me.
grabbing that at Wild Rags when I worked there and shit. I didn't even write to those guys. I was like, oh shit, I gotta grab this one. But Atumno and the Carcass and the Riley and shit like that. So yeah, just fucking kind of take a look at these motherfuckers and discuss this a little bit.
Atumno, really, really big one for me. Ancestral Terrors, with the Rahili or Rahile or however you fucking pronounce it.
Yeah.
That was like the first Mexican band I ever heard. Weirdly enough, because apparently they're super deep and for whatever. But I found this and I was really like hooked, and I got fucking incredibly just enticed by it. And this was like a critical one for me, so I thought I had to put it on there. Super good. What Agonize? Oh my god, that's not even I don't even have words for that. Crucial. Yeah. Absolutely crucial. Just one of the most punishing fucking death metal records or death metal demos of all time. No words for that. What else was on there? What do we got? Fucking Corpse Molestation I don't have. It's just important. And then oh man, the dissection stuff is particularly special because obviously I don't like black metal, so that's why I wore my my mortuary drape shirt just to prove how much I don't like black metal. That's a joke for some. But I don't like black metal, and all the black metal I do like, respectively, started as death metal. So I don't actually like black metal. I like the earliest incantations of some of that stuff. So that's an important part of my dumbass bad taste. Let's call it that. The cyanide, we didn't really talk about it, but this one's a biggie. Cyanide kills. Our stuff out, which is fine. I don't care. Nothing personal. But he listened back and came back to Aaron at one point and mentioned something that I thought was incredibly nice and also very revealing. That he said that we sounded a lot. It reminded him a lot of like Cyanide, and I was like, man, that's a huge compliment for a lot of reasons. But once I heard that, I was like, you know what? Maybe that makes a lot more sense.
Again, real quick. Sorry, the fucking images are all fucked up. Show the cyanide again.
Sure.
The cyanide kills.
Yeah. There you go. So this one was just like all the stuff I have is like reissue and like random stuff that I can try and find. One that didn't end up on that list that I should have had you add, but didn't. This is a big one, and I actually got to play with these guys, and it was a massive thing for me. But Deceased, it needs to be brought up. Deceased is not on that list, but phenomenally important to me. And I don't know. There's a few others on there that I don't own. I have Carcass. I have a shitload of Carcass, actually.
Yeah, the Deceased was on the album list. It wasn't on the demo list, you know?
Yeah, it's just kind of like I said, it was impossible to make that list. The demos are so hard. But Carcass, little. And then, of course, we talked about it a little bit, but fucking Carnage, dude. Nothing wrong with some of the heaviest music. I don't actually understand this transfer. The Carnage development into LP from demos, a lot of that like really disgusting death metal went away. I might be wrong. People say a lot about the Carnage LP and Dark Recollections and shit.
Yeah, no, Dark Recollections was thrown together in a big mess, basically.
Yeah, man. It was like really weird. It was like they were trying to ride the coattails of Entombed or something.
They were trying to ride the coattails of Entombed and Dismember, and it didn't.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like they really missed it. Like I was like, what happened to this fucking LP? I was like, this is good. It's good, but it's like I don't fucking care about it anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting too because they accidentally had one of the heaviest fucking guitar sounds of all time, even though it was fucking thrown together and it was a mess and people hate it. And Michael Amott is retarded. It's still fucking, dude. I have like two friends that actually talked to him in person and said, dude, you ruined Carnage. You ruined Carnage. Carnage could have been one of the ultimate bands of all time, but you fucking ruined it, so. I don't know. It's not aware of that because next thing you know, Arch Enemy, and now he's a fucking multimillionaire, he's like
go for it,
Elon Musk of death metal. So
yeah, I mean, obviously he made right decisions for his own stuff, but
for sure.
But man, like I just it's just one of those things that always kind of baffles me with the LP switch. Like they're like enough time goes by, enough budget comes into play. It's just a weird thing. I think it's the more a band struggles, the better things end up staying,
For sure.
And that's I mean, Pentacle's a great example of that. But going back to the dissection thing, Grief Prophecies, is
What a
so.
demo.
What a demo! What a demo, dude!
What a demo! What a 7-inch and what a demo! And
yeah, just unbelievably good. And I like up to a certain point of dissection, but like there is no fucking with the demo. There is no getting around it. That shit is perfect death metal.
no, I mean, I'm not afraid to admit that I was at Dark Realm Records actually telling John, who was an old pen pal of mine, that Dissection were way better as a fucking heavy death band. And I know that people adore those fucking albums. Those first two. Now that third album's garbage. I don't care what anybody says, but that's just my opinion. Those first two are great. And when they played with Morbid Angel and At the Gates, that was some fun fucking times for me personally. I had a really good time hanging out. I thought they were fantastic. All fucking, Morbid Angel was, in my opinion, exiting their prime. I think At the Gates and Dissection were fucking totally phenomenal that night in like 1995, that era. But to me personally, I agree with you. Nothing beats the fucking death metal recordings, the Grief Prophecy, and the fucking demo, and fucking, the 7-inch.
And that also falls into the category of Absu. That falls into the category of Old Funeral, and like getting into those bands where it's like, yes, this turned into black metal, and yes, the vocals changed a bit and whatever, but like some of the earliest stuff is just so fucking heavy, dude. And I don't know why I mean, obviously oversaturation, they wanted to make changes to do something to stand out. I get it. But it truly is a nightmare to like watch bands do that stuff. You're just like,
there's a lot of heart involved, but there's a lot of monetization involved, bro. And who knows?
There was
I don't really honestly, knowing John, I don't think he predicted what was going on, because it was interesting because Dissection was on the verge of death and black, right? So the death metal scene was taking flight, but it was changing, and the black metal scene was just beginning. And then he decided, I'm going to mix a little bit of both because I don't give a fuck. And then he created his own thing, really. And it actually worked.
See, my thing so I have this like kind of like built-in cutoff date, which is like 1993. For me, 93 and prior was everything I've ever needed in any heavy spectrum of death metal, of like the earliest stages, the earliest incantations of the heaviest shit, the fastest, the most like the whatever you want to call it. After 93 till like respectively the resurgence that came back, there was a monolith of bad music that was inspired by like speed and going super fast, high tempos. Technology drove all of the sound and influence. Nothing made it to where it was like, let's offend people, let's piss people off, let's make it the angriest we've ever heard it. It was all just, hey, this is what's happening, and it sounds better, and it's production, it's this. It was all wrong. It was uninspired, and a lot of it, except for like the very few gems that truly like snuck in from that point on, that's what they were. They were the real gems. They were the ones like Infester, and like, dude, I mean, it's literally to the point of where I don't even have a list that is very long at all. Like, I truly exist in this world pre-93 with death metal, with that sound and how it developed, because you had grind also coming in at the same time in the 80s that was influencing all of that death metal. And it was like drawing lines was like, well, there's two genres. You either go super fast and you're doing grind, or you're doing super heavy, or you're doing thrash. Like, those are you really had three ingredients, and then it just sort of spawned into pretty much everything that fucking ruled. you know?
Well,
So-
no, I mean, yeah, you're right in a sense, but me being there in the early 90s to the mid 90s, we didn't know where to go, but we didn't give a fuck either.
Yeah.
Because
It's
it was
fair.
like, as far as gas went, we're like, well, we like Autopsy,
Yep.
we like Fear of God, we
Yep.
like Sodom, but we like Grief, and I Hate God and shit like that too. So we're
Yep.
gonna mix it up. And if
Yep.
people don't fucking like it, well, fuck you then.
Yeah.
We'll fucking stab you, dude.
Yeah. We'll stab you.
Or we get our asses kicked. We get jumped.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, then fuck you, because brutal death metal was fucking taken over.
Yeah.
Black metal was fucking taken over.
Yep.
And
But that's where black metal really had my attention, is like those earliest days, and it was weird to see them. It's an expected, and I would even say like it makes more sense than the speedy, technical, brutal death metal that kind of came in through that era, because it at least was like, let's make it evil. Let's keep it super fucking evil. Let's make it to where it's blasphemous. Let's make it like that. Makes sense to me. It seems like it's a moral choice rather than the sonic choice that they decided to go in more like the streams of death metal,
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
so that's all. So I'm not offended by it or anything. It's just like when I think about that shit, I go, I really got what I needed out of this time period. So I want to find something else that I really love about this other period, It's not like it was all shit. It's just a lot of it went to shit. And a lot of them were changing logos to like suit trends, and record labels were involved. And so that was a thing. But it's just like there's a lot of decisions being made, and it was weird. It was just so weird.
Austin, man, fucking there's some business shit that fucking happens, fucking,
Yeah, dude. Look, I'm 41 and I was late to the party, so whatever, dude. I'm fucking what the fuck do I know? I wasn't there.
Yeah. I'm a fucking old fart and I see this fucking disgusting shit and I just shake my head. But then, I lose my shit every once in a while myself, and then
I wanted to show you something that I thought you might like.
Yeah.
Can I show you this?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't on the list, but it needed to be, but I didn't put it there. But I know you'd be pissed if I didn't. You ready? Are you ready?
Oh, good,
bring it up on there. Let me see what you got. Can you make me full screen?
Yeah. Hold on.
This is just for you. There you go. That's on my demo list. Fuck yeah. It's one of the best, dude. Miss Autopsy. One of the most important bands of all time, and it always ends up off every list for no reason at all.
Yeah. Is that an OG or is that a bootleg?
No, I told you I don't buy OGs. I don't have that kind of fucking cash. No, a friend of mine dubbed a bunch of shit. So this is actually like a fucking Memorex.
Oh, dude, that's nice.
It's awesome, dude. It's a great boot.
Dude, that's fucking fantastic. That's the fucking I just posted the OG version on my Facebook last week or whatever. You might have saw that. So
yeah, I saw it.
But yeah, it's all good.
I just know how much you appreciate Autopsy, and they are one of very few bands to me that like in all of the. I heard something one time, and I'm sure you fucking know these guys. Do you remember Shelby? Is it Shelby, the drummer from Acephalix? The original drummer, Shelby. Is that his name?
Who?
He had a podcast at some point. And it was very funny. It was called Death Metal Dads.
Oh, you're talking about Aesop and
Aesop and someone else. Who is it? I think it's Shelby. I think his name is Shelby.
Yeah,
those two.
Cool. I don't really. I'm cool with Aesop. I don't know that other dude.
Okay, so either way, they were talking about this, and one of the funniest jokes that always used to come up on there, which I always got a fucking kick out of, is like someone be like, "Hey, what's your band sound like? And they would always just be like, it's Autopsy. because every band sounds like Autopsy because they fucking made it. You know what I mean? So I always kind of looked at Autopsy as sort of like it's like a gimme. It's already in there. It's already at the top, and you know it's gonna shake out. But here's my question to you.
Yeah.
What was your favorite Autopsy LP?
Severed Survival.
Severed? Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've always been an Axe guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, because it grinds more. I don't know. There's something about it just grinds more. You know.
There is no wrong answer with the first fucking few Autopsy LPs, but a lot of like, if you talk to the Decibel Music crowd, they like Mental Funeral, and a lot of my friends like Mental Funeral too, like the Morjon guys, obviously because they're influenced by it. For me personally, Severed Survival is what Scream Bloody Gore, which I love too, should have been. It's just pure, unadulterated, fucking ripping, fucking, no bullshit death metal.
Yep.
Bam.
Yep.
No fucking prisoners fucking taken.
Yep.
Fucking slit your fucking throat, rip your head off, and shit down your neck. Death metal. That's fucking Severed Survival right there. So that is.
I figured if we were ending on some stuff soon, I wanted to at least put that in there. So
you're goddamn right, baby. That's it, man. Absolutely. But yeah, that being said, we can say goodbye to everybody. You want to say any final words, Austin, man? Fucking
yeah, I'll shout out. Just want to
shout out whatever you need. What do you got going on, brother?
I got a couple things going on. Right now, new shirts coming out soon. So I'm not a big merch guy, but we have a new shirt coming out soon.
Where's the link? Where's the link?
No, that's shit yet. We'll do that later. But yeah. So thank you, man. Thank you, Mike, for bringing me on. It was awesome, and I'm glad we finally got the fucking chat. I'm really happy about your channel. It fucking rules. I'm glad you're doing it. I know it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work that goes involved and all that stuff, and it rules to see more of this happening. Everyone in the chat that came out, that was cool as fuck to see everybody hanging out in there. I love this. This is one of my favorite formats of doing anything, solely because of this. It's like a webzine. I love it. It rules. So I will be back anytime you fucking want me to. You give me a call and we'll make it happen. Send a shout out my band members, my boys Rule, Gabe, Emilio, Arturo. So we have some news coming out soon. We're putting together some shows later on this year. We're not playing any shows right now. We're just writing. So we're trying really hard to concentrate and focus on that. We're halfway through an LP at this point, and it's starting to come out faster now, so that's great. But aside from that, that's pretty much all the news we have. Like I said, haven't really made an announcement about it officially until now, but the Noxious Ruin interview with Pentacle is going to be fucking sick. I'm really excited about it. I'm very proud of it. And I'm excited to see that in print. And then I think we're pretty good outside of that, man. I don't really think I have anything else, but new shirts coming out. I'm gonna probably have that out in the next couple weeks.
Hell yeah, man.
So.
Appreciate you, and this was a good chat. We'll have to bring you back with some updates.
I'll let you know.
We'll get deeper in your fucking lists. Maybe your lists change.
We'll do country of origin next time. So I can.
Well, we didn't talk the hip hop stuff that we were gonna. We ran out of time. And,
good.
Me and you are some hip hop heads, so I know some of our listeners will be all like weird about it, but you know, you can kiss our asses, guys. You know, we listen to what we want to listen to, and music is good music. So, Austin, thank you, brother.
Absolutely, my friend. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate
your band, and I really fucking sincerely hope that this fucking interview spreads the word about Vacuous Depths, because your band is underrated, baby.
Thank you, man. I love being on that underrated list, dude. That's a cool list to be on. There's a lot of great bands out there.
I appreciate you, man. You're a fucking good dude, and whatever happens, you deserve it. I'm sure it's going to be good.
Appreciate it, man. I can't wait to show some people some new shit.
Fucking A, man. Keep us
Fucking
posted on that. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, follow our YouTube channel, and there's some stuff on there. So do that.
We'll get some
no one ever
links
does
going.
that.
Anybody curious, we'll get some links going. Follow us.
Cool. Tons of live footage, all kinds of cool shit, interviews and stuff.
Follow the Vacuous Depths fucking YouTube. You guys got a YouTube channel, right?
We do, yeah. We don't get a lot of traction on it, but we have lots. I put a lot of stuff on there, so. You
got some Bandcamp action going on?
Yeah, it's always operational. We got some shirts for sale. We got some. Actually, I guess a little announcement. I'm going to be bringing in a bunch of European stuff from Blood Harvest. So I will be restocking tapes, and I'll be restocking vinyl in his color, which is the orange and red splatter. So I'm going to have some of those restocked. So those will be soon, but I'm just waiting on them to kind of show up. So
I'm going to fucking throw my fucking shade right now.
Do it.
Put that cocksucker Rodrigo to work.
I got him moving.
Put that
He's moving his little fingers.
Fucking Rodrigo to work. Put him to work. All right. Anyway. Thank you, Austin, for fucking hanging out, brother. Love you, man.
Absolutely, man. Love you too, man. Thanks for bringing me on.
Badass. Fucking, I appreciate you and everybody fucking watching and listening. This is the Welcome to Hell channel and the Austin Thomas appreciation episode.
Mucho apreciado.
Go support this fucking band for fuck's sake.
Do it.